Tester.
Test, test, test. Test, test.
Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
Oh, we have just a minor delay. Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, business item number 1, consider receiving a presentation from LATS and holding a public hearing regarding the proposed changes to LATS fixed routes, current fixed routes. Ryan.
Good evening, Chairman and Trustees. Yes, we have a small presentation to kind of show everyone our new proposed routes that will go into effect right now the first week in June. We have had a number of different public meetings over the last 2 years and got a lot of great feedback from the public, and these are our final routes that, like I said, will go into effect first week in June. So. So a little bit of how we actually got to some of our routes. We wanted to make sure that all of our routes actually contribute to the major generators around town. So your major stores, your Walmarts, downtown area, those type of things. And so we wanted to prioritize where we were actually going with that. The other thing we wanted to make sure we did is try to get out of the neighborhoods a little bit more. There's a lot of safety concerns going in and out of neighborhoods just because it's hard to get our buses through there. And so we wanted to stay on the main arterials a little bit more. The other thing we wanted to do is structure a basic route system so whenever we have to expand or lower the amount of service, whether it's service related or weather related or anything, we created the routes to where we could actually do that and still be able to cover the same areas. The other part that we wanted to make sure, and this is through public input, is that we wanted to make sure that the fixed route system assisted in economic development, both now and in the future. And so that was a major part that we wanted to contribute with these fixed routes, along with some of the other services that we'll talk about a little bit later. One other big thing, and again, more information will come in the next presentation I talk about, but part of the new fixed route system will actually include where the new transfer center will actually be, along with adding new bus shelters, bus benches along the fixed route as well. So. And as always, we want to make sure that we're providing the most efficient system to make sure the federal and local dollars that we use towards the transit system are being used effectively for this. Without further ado, I have Tony from our office that's going to talk a little bit about the routes. And just as a quick segue, we are now going from 9 routes to 8 routes, but we are able to actually cover more area than we have in the past. So we're very excited. But Tony? And here we go.
Good evening. I'm Tony Hansley. I'm the Operations Director for the Lawton Area Transit System. Just wanted to take a little bit of time real quick to talk about these routes. So part of FTA and ADA requirements are that we identify these routes either by a shape or a color and a number. And so the way we were kind of thinking about marking these routes out is by numbers, Route 1 all the way through Route 8. They do have distinct colors just for identification purposes and shapes. If you look at this map, you can see they overlay each other quite a bit. And so we'll talk a little bit about the high frequency that we will be still serving all the businesses and the particular places of interest here in Lawton. And you can also see on that map that our current yellow east route pretty much is virtually unchanged. We have turned that route into a peak route, which I'll talk about in a little bit, where it becomes actually a 30-minute route versus an hour route. So I'll move forward. This is Route 1. All of our routes will be starting off from the downtown transfer center or our new location once built, and we'll be utilizing many of them 2nd Street, one of those shopping centers going through there. There's already benches in place on the sidewalks and plenty of sidewalks for people, so that's perfect to go through there. Currently, we do not service 2nd Street with any of our routes. We actually just cut through the neighborhood up 6th Street and then take it to Ferris. But now, with a lot of these routes, we'll be actually utilizing 2nd Street. This route in particular uses Ferris, still goes past Lawton High School and Central Middle, and then goes up towards Cash Road, utilizing 11th Street or Fort Sill Boulevard. And then it goes from Cash Road up to Sheridan to Rogers Lane, goes all the way over to 38th Street, and then takes 38th Street south back to Cash, and then takes Cash Road all the way out to 67th Street. 67th Street south to Lee, and then Lee all the way back in, into the Gore, my apologies, Gore all the way back in downtown. Our Route 2 here starts off downtown, but it actually comes right through here past City Hall. So if individuals needing to pay those water bills, they can use this bus route to do that. But they will use this. It will go all the way out to 11th Street and then take 11th Street up to Gore, and then Gore to Sheridan, take a turn south on Gore down to Lee, Lee over to 27th Street. So we're still servicing the health department, the Great Plains Coliseum, a lot of the businesses there off of Sheridan Road. And then it goes past Cameron University, on the back end of Cameron University, and past Taliaferro, the Creative Living Center, goes back up to Gore, and then takes Gore past Eisenhower High School, Middle School, all the way up to 67th Street, 67th Street to Cash. So your major businesses up there on Cash still getting serviced, all the way over to towards Lowe's. And then it's going to take a short cut through Meadowbrook out to 38th Street, and 38th Street up to Cash, Cash back down to 11th Street, 11th Street to Ferris, and Ferris to 2nd Street, and then 2nd Street back to downtown. So this route right here covers a lot of your major businesses as well. The areas where we are traversing some of the neighborhoods, they're more the wider streets. Usually trash days are difficult for our buses to get through a lot of the streets because cars are parked side by side, trash cans, things like that. So that's causes a lot of safety concerns. So the neighborhoods that we are still traversing, they have more of the wider streets we can safely get through. This is an interesting route right here because it services all of Lawton's major shopping areas, starting off downtown using 2nd Street again. It goes up to Ferris and then Ferris to 11th. And then it's going to take Cash all the way over to Sheridan Road. And it goes to Sheridan to Lincoln, takes Lincoln all the way to 38th Street. 38th Street down towards south towards Cash. So now we're hitting the shopping center where the Planet Fitness is at and those stores over there. And then this one actually goes all the way out to Quanah Parker Trailway. So we hit the Walmart on the west side and then 82nd Street. So that's your Target and your shopping areas over there like Academy Sports and all that. And then we're going back down Cash Road, heading east back to Sheridan. And then it takes a right on Sheridan, heading south past Sheridan Road Walmart, all the way back down towards F Avenue, and at F Avenue all the way behind the old Central Mall, back to the transfer center. So not only are we capitalizing on our 2nd Street over there and the shopping center over there, but of course we're also connecting both Walmarts and the shopping center on 82nd Street. So pretty interesting route right here. Route 4 is a more smaller, centralized route. It's pretty much centered kind of in the middle of the city, but it starts off downtown, and then it goes up using Gore up to 11th Street. It takes Gore all the way to 11th Street, then 11th Street up to Ferris, and then it goes Ferris to Sheridan, so past Walmart and Aldi's and all those shopping areas over there, and it goes all the way up to Denver on Sheridan. Then it cuts over through the neighborhood, comes out past the Jack in the Box and the Taco Bell right there on Cash Road, going past the LRC. That's important for Lawton Public School students because many of our Lawton Public School students do utilize LRC throughout the day. From Eisenhower, MacArthur, Lawton High School, they use that to go to, then they go back to their schools respectively. So we utilize this route to service them. We come out there past the old Thomaston Middle School LRC, back towards Sam's Club on Ferris, and then we hang a right on Sheridan Road and take that all the way down, I believe that is D Avenue, and then take that all the way to 11th Street, and 11th Street down to Douglas, and then Douglas over to the old 281, and again go back past our old office there, south heading towards Ranch Oaks. And then we go around Ranch Oaks, come back out on 11th Street. And this is an interesting route because currently we do not do this, but with this route, we're able to service the airport. We've had a lot of calls of people needing to get to the airport, leaving the airport at different times of the day. We're able to actually deviate with this bus route, swing in through the airport, pick up people if necessary, and then continue on our route and get them to other connecting routes. So this is something that people have brought up to our patrons, and so we wanted to address that with this. But this route will then go up to Bishop Road, hang a left, take a right on Jesse Davenport, and go all the way through that south end of town, known as the View, come out on Lee Boulevard, and take Lee all the way back towards Railroad. Mind you, a lot of these routes we kind of encompass now with current routes, but some of this is completely new. Like this back end of Lee, right now we do not even service this back end of Lee past the El Radio Meat Market and all that. We do not service that. So a lot of these routes are opening up some new areas that we haven't serviced before. While at the same time making it more safer for our riders to get on board the bus. And if they even miss one bus, they can catch another bus because it traverses the same area multiple times. One of the complaints that we heard and one of the concerns was that people had to wait an hour to catch a bus. Have to wait an hour to catch a bus. Well, with a lot of these routes, if you miss one bus, you can catch the next one, or you can catch the next one within a certain amount of time, 15-minute intervals and so on and so forth. So a lot of these routes will be serviced multiple times by multiple routes. So that's a good opportunity for our patrons to utilize the services they miss one. So Route 5 and Route 6 are unique. Route 5, I call them the twin routes, but what they do is basically they run opposite of each other. This route, as an example, starts off downtown and heads over the Gore and then takes Gore to Sheridan, to 11th Street, 11th Street south to Lee, then Lee to Sheridan, back up Sheridan to Gore, so on and so forth, all the way till you get to 67th Street, and then it takes Lee all the way back towards Railroad. So the other half of that route does the opposite direction. Instead of starting off on Gore, it actually heads south to Lee, and it takes Lee up to 11th Street and 11th Street up to Gore, so on and so forth, and then takes Gore all the way back in. So we're sort of doing a sweeping motion with these two routes. One route services mostly the bottom, we use the bottom half or Lee to go all the way back, while the other route will actually utilize Gore to head all the way back in. So this route's pretty interesting because you can catch one bus on one side of Sheridan, but you can also catch another bus on the opposite side of Sheridan and the other main route. So you got 38th Street, 67th, 52nd Street, 11th Street, Lee and Gore all being serviced by buses that are kind of going in a sweeping motion passing each other. This route also opens up Eisenhower Elementary School and the entire neighborhood, and the apartment complex is right there past the railroad off of 52nd. We have never serviced that area. We do not go through that area currently, but now we will be able to with this route in particular. So it's pretty interesting one right there. This route is pretty neat. This one, Route 7, will start off downtown, and it will use F Avenue going out to 11th Street, then go south to I Avenue. This is all new. And forgive me, I don't know the name of the facility. I know this is a facility that's supposed to be built in there that is supposed to help the unhoused and families that are unhoused get situated. I forget what the organization's called, but that organization is supposed to be utilizing an old church or a school that used to be there on I Avenue. Maybe some council know what I'm talking about. Yeah, whatever it was called, but it's going to be there. So the good thing about this is our bus will be traveling through there and coming out right by some of our human service industries over there. So it's going to come out on 17th Street and then go south towards Lee, and then take Lee all the way out past the Walmart on Lee right there. And then it's going to continue straight towards Southwestern Medical Center, hang a left right there on 52nd Street, and we're going to actually go through the medical complex, so a lot of the doctor's offices that are over there and medical facilities, and we're going to come through there basically utilizing the road, come right out there by the hospital. Currently, we stop at the hospital on Lee, and people have to still walk from the bus stop all the way up to the hospital, to the other facilities. This actually puts us in closer proximity to the front door for these different institutions there, with the way the bus is going to be coming through there. So it's going to go through the medical and industrial park, and then it's going to come out back on Lee, and then take that east back to 52nd Street, and it's going to go north from 52nd Street to Gore, come out over there by Eisenhower High School, go east on Gore to 38th Street, then go south on 38th Street, all the way south past your Rolling Hills and Woodland Hills. This is all new neighborhood area that we have not serviced. We have not serviced the skate park over there off of 38th Street on the south end of town. Anything past Lee we have not done. So this is all brand new area. And we're going to take that all the way south to Bishop. And then we're going to run east on Bishop and come out by Bishop Elementary and Middle School. This is a whole new school that we have not serviced, that we do not currently service with our routes. So we're pretty proud of that we have the opportunity to service that school. And so we'll come out there and then hang a left on Sheridan, going past the Lawton Food Bank, and then cutting through the neighborhood right there, 17th Street to Tennessee, and then go across 11th Street, connect to 6th Street back to I Avenue, and then back downtown. So with this route right here, we're servicing the high schools, the middle schools at Eisenhower, new neighborhoods, the Southwestern Medical, and a new school, Bishop Elementary and Middle School down there in the southern end of town, and plus some of the human services industries that we have, or businesses that we have off of 17th Street. Okay, I'm almost done. Route 8, non-peak and peak. So this is our classic yellow east route right here. As it goes, this is the non-peak version. So this route right here will go all the way out to 45th Street, and then Southeast 45th Street, head south to Lee, take Lee to Flower Mound back up to Gore, and then Gore back to downtown. This right here will be 30 minutes, a 30-minute route. At this point in time, what we've discussed with people is extending our hours. Right now, we're looking to going to 8 o'clock at night. That's what we're proposing, and kind of see how that goes. Maybe expand that in the future, depending what the people would want. But this is the 30-minute version of the route. This is the full route. It pretty much is virtually the same as it is right now. Only difference is on the inbound track when the route's coming back in on Flower Mound, instead of going all the way up to Euclid, we would take a left on Lake. And because we've had a lot of congestion issues and safety issues cutting through the neighborhood up there with the buses getting stuck, so we'll take Lake back out to Gore and then Gore back downtown. Any questions?
Very good presentation. It looked to me like you put a lot of work in trying to cover as much as you can.
Yes, sir.
Reach areas you haven't reached before. Good presentation.
Thanks, sir.
Council? Yes, Ms. Williams.
Can you have a route that goes to 67th and Bishop Road? Because I noticed you go to Lee, but I notice you're adding 38 to Sheridan Road. But can there be one going back west to 67th and Bishop?
That's something we can certainly look into doing. Like right now is the perfect time to kind of examine those things, and I think we'll get together with staff and kind of figure something out.
So there were a couple of areas that we have taken away just because of lack of ridership, safety concerns, i.e. Pioneer Park, for an example. And so as I mentioned earlier, some of the new services that I'll talk about in the next presentation, it's a service called microtransit. It's more of an on-demand service to bring people to the fixed route where there might not be enough demand to have like an actual dedicated fixed route. And so that would be a particular area where we could cover with on-demand transportation. It's another name of it. It's called First Mile, Last Mile, to where we would pick you up in just a regular vehicle, bring you along to the fixed route, and then you can continue on with your journey. So.
Other questions before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come up and speak on the LAT's proposed new fixed routes, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Okay, do you need action from us, or was this just to
This was the final public hearing to where now we spend the next 4 months putting everything out, marketing, all kinds of different things.
Okay.
So, yeah, there will be a lot more information to the public in the next few months. So, yeah, this
Okay.
is just to start the process. So.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you very, and it looks like you've got a lot of traffic through downtown with
Yep.
all of those. You fixed it where they all go through downtown.
That was one of the big comments that we got back over the last couple of years. The downtown area, the schools were one of the biggest areas that we wanted to surface, and frequency was a big question that got brought up in a lot of the conversations. So, as Tony explained, there's a couple of routes to where frequency is not an issue anymore, and so that should help, more people riding the fixed route, because that was always something that got brought up. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 2, receive a presentation from LATS regarding the status of current projects and future plans. Ryan.
Did you give it to me? Okay. All right. I'll try to expedite this as much as possible. I was asked a couple of weeks ago to kind of give everyone an update on everything that's going on with LATS. There is a lot, but if you have questions, you can let me know. So as I mentioned earlier, some of the new services that we're looking to do along with the change in fixed routes, we're looking to add service out to the industrial park. This is one of the areas that was identified in the master plan that people would like to have public transit out there. In doing so, we would add what's called microtransit, more on-demand transit in specified areas that we do not have service currently. That also goes into service, additional service onto Fort Sill. We are in continued conversations about how we can supply that service. All of that would be conducted kind of in a study that we have hopefully in the next couple of months. So all of that will tie in with the new fixed route service that we're doing. So more information will follow once we get there. Some of the new policies we have, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we implemented the cold weather policy. So whenever the high of a temperature gets below 32 degrees, anyone is allowed to ride our services free of charge, and that's both fixed route and para, everything. We did for about a week have that policy going, and then obviously temperatures went back up. It will probably go into effect tomorrow, so we're prepared for that. And again, anyone that has any questions about this, any of the policies, they can always contact us. They're available on our website as well. Military members can ride free of charge, veterans, active duty. City of Lawton employees can ride free of charge as well. And our amazing program that we've had for about 6 or 7 years with LPS students and staff can also ride free of charge, showing their ID. So. Now, here's some of the updated things. We're not sure if everyone's known. I'm not sure if everyone's seen our mascot, the big old tire around town. He's had dance-offs at open streets. He's been everywhere. So, yes, we're pretty proud of our mascot. We've had a number of different projects with LPS to try to get what type of services we offer to the kids. That's actually gone very well. And we now have a new mobility navigator with Katie. She might stand up. Katie actually is here to provide any type of information in Comanche County. It's not just LATS, it's Comanche Nation, Kiowa. It's any type of transportation service that we can help provide that information to the public. And currently she works in our office, and she's been there for about a year now. The other thing that we have, and not a whole lot of people know about, is that we have an ADA coordinator that conducts travel training. So anyone that wants to have or get to know how public transit works, whether it's the fixed route, paratransit, Fort Sill shuttle, our ADA coordinator can assist you with that, how to flag down the bus, how to pay for the bus, what type of questions to ask. We can assist with that. The other things that we have going on, and this has probably been over the last 2 or 3 months, we have a lot of new tech out there. We have our LATS Go Pass, which is our cashless fare app, where you can buy your tickets on a mobile app, show that to the driver, and don't have to worry about cash at all. We still allow cash. This is just another function that people can kind of use. We have our Rides on Demand app, and currently this app is only with our paratransit and Fort Sill shuttle, but if we expand to services out to the industrial park, Fort Sill, or the additional microtransit service, this app functions like an Uber or Lyft app, where you can book a trip where you're at and your final destination on that as well. We also have our passenger portal. This is currently only with our paratransit and Fort Sill shuttle riders, where they can book their trips online. How to do that is basically contacting our ADA coordinator, and she can walk you through that. And there's 2 other things, but our MyRide website and future app is one that we've been pursuing for about a year now, where it tracks our fixed route. Any bus to where you can see where the bus is, it can get notifications as to when the bus is approaching, as well as plan your trip. So if you're not familiar with the Lawton area, or you're just not sure, you just want to try out, similar to how Google Maps works, you put in your destination, and it'll tell you what routes to take, what times to take, where to walk to, those type of things. Right now, it's currently on the website, but it will be app-based. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks. We're in the final stages of testing right now. And finally, with all of that, all of those programs will actually be available in one app solution. We're hoping in the next 6 months that we're able to do that, to where the annoying thing is having 4 or 5 apps to do, a basic trip. And so when we picked the company that we went with TripSpark, they had a one app solution where everything is in one place. And so hopefully in the next 6 months, we'll be introducing that with the public, and so we're excited. Last few updates. As I mentioned before, we have a transfer center that we are currently in the process of designing. We are near the 30% design completed, which only remains about 70%, and then that's when we receive our construction documents. We are hoping by the end of this year, early part of next year, that we'll have that process done, and then depending on finances and those type of things, the possibility of construction can start hopefully sometime next year. Again, more information will follow with that. And then the last thing is that a couple of weeks ago, we just leased a new office building just to provide us just more space. We were getting pretty jammed up in our office at that moment. We're in the process of moving to that location and should be there by the end of the month. So. We were asked to have the concept, this is one of the concepts that we have presented to us. Again, more information will follow, but this would be at the location just south of where the current police station is, and this was one of the designs that was presented to us. So. Other than that, if you have any additional questions or would like to get more feedback on LATs,
Ms. Weaves, did you have a question? No. We're gonna get the audience in a minute. Any questions from council? Okay, I have a speaker, David Tyler. David, come on up. You've got 3 minutes. We've got your address here. I'll turn it in. Do what? No, you start now.
David Tyler, 501 Southwest 77th here in Lawton. All of you council members that have been here for several years know that I've been passionate about a safe location for that transfer site. Putting it where you're putting it, someone's going to be seriously injured or killed. I've said that before, and I think some of you just thought, oh, he's just exaggerating. But a few weeks ago, a woman was killed crossing 2nd Street. A friend of mine was killed crossing 2nd Street when I worked at Howard Smith Ford. This is serious to me. When the discussion for an alternate site, one of the first locations was between 2nd and 3rd on B Avenue. But PSO said they could not provide the power for that location. And we were going to total electric buses. Now it's diesel electric buses that don't need the massive amount of electricity to charge buses. I think the council should delay anything east of 2nd Street until they can obtain the property. The only thing there is where the old cab companies used to be. And there's buildings there. Howard Smith Ford used to have their used car detail, and now all it is some storage facility with chain link fence and barbed wire that looks like an abandoned prison yard. That's 500 feet from where the people catch the bus right now. It's the same distance as 4th and A. That is there is a guarantee no one will be injured crossing 2nd or Railroad if it's put there. A life is more important than saying, well, we've got to put it on this location. That is a safe, I'm asking the city council to please reconsider and obtain that property, even if you have to go Article 2, Section 24, Title 53, and take it with eminent domain. That's how important a life is to me. So please, please consider. It's been 9 years, so it's not like we've been in a hurry. Please, please, a life is more important than somebody pounding their chest saying, look, we've built a brand new one. But we killed a mom crossing 2nd Street. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for coming, David. Council, any questions or comments? Seeing none, can we get a motion for adjournment? Oh, are you through?
I am.
Okay. Motion for adjournment, do I hear a second? Multiple, please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, at this time, I will call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
I would just read the first.
Okay, business item number 1, consider and take action with respect to resolution number 2025-blank of the Lawton Water Authority of the borrower, authorizing to file applications with the Oklahoma Water Resources Board for financial assistance for the purpose of financing certain capital improvements to certain water system improvements, including so on and so forth. Rusty?
Yes. Lake Ellsworth Dam project, we have been working that project since 2016 when that dam was damaged during the flooding events. And we received grant money that funded the design for the renovation of Ellsworth Dam. And we've gone through the design process. We've gone through a previous round of bidding for the project, which was tremendously over the budget that we'd ever dreamed of, and along with soliciting grant funds. And then we went through with our consultant engineer. We have our consultant engineer, Jacobs Engineering, here with us tonight. We also have our bond counsel and our financial advisor. What we have here is we have a design. We've gone through value engineering through our consultant engineer to get the price as low as possible on this project. And then we broke the project into 2 phases. What we have is we've acquired $12 million worth of grant funds, but they will expire in 26. This project's a 2.5-year project to do the construction of Ellsworth Dam. Along with that, we have a grant for Gondola Dam, which is downstream of Latonka, that we've got a $2 million grant that also expires in 26. And what we have here is we have a bid in hand for complete rehab of Ellsworth Dam to bring it back into good condition. Now it's in poor condition. As ranked as a high hazard dam, it's in poor condition. What this does is, along with our grant funds, provides us the funding to do the rehabilitation of Ellsworth Dam.
Council, do you have questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
To approve? So moved.
Motion for approval, is there a second? Do you have a second? Discussion or debate?
One quick question.
Okay, good question.
We're okay in 26 if we get started prior,
Yes,
right?
yes, we will be bringing this back. The loan will go to the Water Resources Board in March. We will bring this back in March for award, and our bids are still good till that date, so.
All right, let's vote. Motion carries 8-0. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, at this time, I will call this regular scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Terry Corvette Marsh of Cherry Hills Christian Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Let's bow for prayer. Father, we live in a country where millions and millions of others would like to live. We thank you for that. We live at a gracious and amazing time where technology and opportunities are there, and we just ask you to help us here in Lawton to be able to take advantage of all of those things you've given to us. whether it's individuals or people on the council. And so, Father, we also want to pray that because of what you've offered to us, each one of us could take it upon ourselves to be a little bit more like Jesus, no matter whether we're making decisions about our own life or others. And if we could do that, our community would be much better. And we ask your blessing on all of that in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please be seated, and thank you, Pastor. And please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, thank you. And that brings up the True North Award. John?
Kristen Fitzpatrick, are you here? Great. All right, good evening, everyone. This evening, we're recognizing Kristen Fitzpatrick for the True North Award. Kristen's been a city employee for about 2.5 years. She works as the water distribution dispatcher. And I think most of us are aware that we have some pretty aging water sewer line infrastructure in Lawton. I think in some cases, Rusty, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 50 or 60 years old, depending upon which segment that you're talking about. So given that it's so old, Kristen is constantly dealing with water breaks. She's constantly dealing with citizens that are concerned about their water service, and she deals with all of those emergencies and contingencies in a truly professional way, and we're incredibly grateful for her employment. And so please give Kristen a round of applause.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. And now it's time for a proclamation for Citizen of the Month for January, Darby's Furniture. If Darren's here. All right, so I think we had a bunch of D&Ds, and Darren rushed back from Dallas, if I remember right. How you doing, Darren? Rushed back from Dallas, and we had a bunch of D&Ds, and he had to leave, and we weren't able to give him the Citizen of the Month. And really, this is like Darby's Furniture, Citizen of the Month. But we do have good corporate citizens, and Darby's is a good corporate citizen, and we appreciate you being here and all that you do. Whereas since 1907, Darby's Big Furniture has built a legacy based on quality furniture, exceptional customer service, and value. Whereas in 2005, Darby's underwent significant expansion, opening a major new showroom in Lawton, Oklahoma, where it was soon voted the best furniture store in town. Whereas today, a new generation of Darby's continues the pioneering tradition that spanned 100 years with good coffee, good conversation, good deals, and good furniture for as long as Oklahoma's been a state. Wow. Whereas Darby's has consistently demonstrated generosity by donating furniture to nonprofits and communities in need. Whereas a family-owned business, Darby's believes strongly in supporting their neighbors and friends, which are the families that make up our community. Therefore, I do proclaim Darby's Big Furniture as Citizen of the Month for January 2025. On behalf of all of Lawton Fort Sill, we want to let you know that we appreciate your service. It rises to the highest levels of some kind of wonderful. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let's get a picture. All right, now you want to say something? You got 1 minute. No. One job? No. Okay. All right. Thanks again. Appreciate you. Okay, now our citizen of the month for February, Tim and Dee McFarland. Tim and Dee here? All right, come on down. Tim and Dee are endless in their volunteer efforts. From what I understand, you guys get up every Saturday morning. That's probably in there. I better not give too much away before I read it. Whereas Tim and Dee McFarland have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the beautification of our city through their volunteer efforts. Whereas every other day, the McFarlands walk an impressive 5 to 8 miles throughout the east side of Lawton, including 45th Street, Cash Road, Flower Mound, and Gore Boulevard, diligently picking up litter and improving the appearance of our community. Whereas their dedication to maintaining a clean and welcoming environment is evident in the pristine condition of the easements they care for, as they regularly return home with at least 2 extra large bags of trash or more. Whereas their selfless efforts set a shining example of civic responsibility, inspiring others to take pride in our city, contributing to a cleaner, healthier, and more beautiful Lawton Fort Sill. Whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize individuals who go above and beyond to make a lasting positive impact in our community through their volunteerism. I do hereby proclaim Tim and Dee McFarland as Citizens of the Month for February 2025 in honor of their outstanding contributions to the beautification of our city, and I encourage all residents to join me in expressing gratitude for their dedication and service. Their service that rises to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, you want to say a little something?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, all right, thank you guys. Thank you, Ms. Albert. Oh, here you go. We got to give you that. Thank you guys. Let's give them another round of applause. Now, if anybody wants to join you, what time do they meet you? What time did they say? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate it. Again, it's always great to be here. So a couple things. Next month, we have a DoD event, Department of Defense directed event on Fort Sill called Black Start, where we purposely shut off the power for about 8 hours. So it's going to be an exciting, sporty time. Shouldn't affect the Lawton community too much. I know Freedom Elementary, I appreciate the Lawton Public School System. Freedom Elementary is going to play around with us, and so it'll be a good opportunity for us to understand what our critical assets look like and energy needs and some other things there. So, but might get a little sporty on social media, so feel free to take a look at that and laugh like I do. But it'll be great, and I'm really looking forward to that and what that will bring for us. And then provide an executive summary to the City Council and to John Ratliff specifically to see where like future partnership may come out of this. This would be really great. And then last but not least, March 22nd, make sure you're strapping on your shoes. Come on out, Warrior Run. We have the marathon, first one here at Fort Sill. And then we have a half marathon and a 10K. And then for the youngsters, 12 and under, 5K and a mile. So, hey, if you don't want to run, it's great. Come on out. We'll start at 06 at the Patriot Club, and we'll finish whenever the last person comes in. And also on Friday night, on the 21st, we'll have an expo. So if you want to check out some stuff, some of the sponsors that are coming out, or someone like Red Coyote or a couple of these other folks may come out and see what we've got for merchandise. And then we're having a pasta night, which is really great. So looking forward to seeing folks out there. Feel free to strap on your shoes and run with us. It'd be awesome. Thanks.
Wow, and you did all that without notes. That's pretty good. And who says there's nothing going on in Lawton Fort Sill? Thank you, Colonel. Councilman Warren.
Mayor, council, public. One thing I wanted to touch on was we've started the receiving donations for the C.H. Brazil statue that will eventually be located in Elmer Thomas Park near the playgrounds. Currently, those funds, we don't have an address for the local FOP who will be taking the funds and keeping control of those. But if anybody would like to contribute right now until we get that address, you can drop those checks or money orders by Warren's Imports or Checker Wrecker, and we'll hold those until the FOP gets an address and gets that account finished setting up. But it's going to be a beautiful statue. I'll give you the quick rundown. It'll be basically a statue of C.H. bent down, picking up a child and placing the child up on the pedestal, because I figured that the pedestal will be the last place that C.H. would want to be. But he spent his life pretty much putting children and other people up on the pedestal. So that's what it'll look like. And anybody would like to contribute, feel free to stop by Warren's Imports or Checker Record.
And so maybe next 2 weeks from now, you can bring a picture. Okay.
Make sure I get one we put up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
If, excuse me, if you know anyone that's in need of diapers, baby clothing, men clothing, women clothing, you can go to Hands to Care, and that is located at Salt of the Earth Ministries. That's 2209 Northwest 25th Street. That's right here in Lawton, and they can go on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Everything is free. Just like to say Happy Black History Month. Tomorrow, February 12th, at the NAACP building, there will be NAACP Founders Day, and that will start at 11:30 a.m. That is 1512 Southwest Washington Street. Just like to invite everybody to come with a lot of good food, chicken, ribs, you name it, it'll be there.
Okay, Mr. Weaver.
Also, February the 16th, we'll have a Community Black History Program observance service. That's at Union Baptist Church. That's 1601 Charles Whitlow Avenue, and that is 3:30 p.m. Also, February the 20th and 21st, Legend of Streams honoring Frederick Douglass. It'll be at the Albert Johnson Senior Conference Center Auditorium, starting at 5 p.m. It'll be actually a program about Emmett Till, and then at 7 o'clock, more to follow. And then February 22nd, there will be a Buffalo Soldier Run, and they would meet in front of the Garcia Dining Facility at 9 a.m. And February 28th, NAACP Black Heritage Stamp unveiling at the NAACP building, 1512 Southwest Washington. That's all I have.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As normal, the farmer's market, let me tell you, Saturday mornings has been a highlight for my life. I've got some good German cookies, homemade German cookies, some homemade bagels, and my wife and I found some pesto. I don't know if you know what pesto is, but she knew more than I did, but now we have to get 2 bottles because we won't share. Make your way to the farmer's market if you're not doing anything Saturday mornings. It's just a very, very good event, community event. A lot of people go out, and I usually just go for, I think I'm going to go for an hour or so, but I'm there most of the day. Also, mark your calendars, Open Streets. Everybody should be familiar with Open Streets. We have that twice a year. That's coming up March the 29th. It's a Saturday. Give you a little bit of time, about 6 weeks from now. It's a Healthy Kids initiative that's put on by the TSET, which is the tobacco money that the state is giving out. So hopefully it's going to be a good spring day for the family to get out and have a good time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
Good crowd tonight. Good to see everyone out. Quickly, we'll be looking at 105 for 2025 new roads tonight. Your council will be passing that, I hope. So we'll have more roads in our program. We're completing quite a few. So we're making a lot of good history in Lawton.
There's one particular road that's going to be really important to a lot of people, but I'm going to let Councilwoman Chapman discuss that.
Ms.
Thank you.
Chapman.
5 years and 1 month, I have been waiting for 38th Street to be fixed, and I am so excited finally it's coming to fruition soon.
I'm going to make one comment. I'm the first to call the media to task when I feel like they have one-sided reporting, but I saw a report on TV the other day. I don't even know the name of the reporter, but he was talking about the congestion on Cash Road. Interviewed a few people that were complaining, and then at the end, he timed his trek through the construction area, and from one side of town to the other, it took 17 minutes to get across town. The construction slowed him down only 4 minutes. So I really appreciated that reporting. Now it's time. Are we ready for the New Year's address? It was just 1 year ago today, coming off a very successful 2023, that the council promised you there would be even more in 24. And what a remarkable year 2024 has been. Last year has proven to be one of the most active and transformative in the history of our city, driven entirely by your passion for progress. Never before have we undertaken such an all-out effort to upgrade and improve our infrastructure. The replacement of critical 36-inch water line along Cash Road to ensure reliable service. The rebuilding of Phase 1 of the Vital Industrial Road, Goodyear Boulevard. The expansion of West Ford Boulevard from a 2-lane road to modern 5-lane corridor complete with sidewalks. The state safety enhancements along Rogers Lane, the 40 Wins for the Citizens Mill and Overlay Initiative, the construction of the pedestrian bridge over Interstate 44, providing a safe and modern connection for our community, and many more of these transformative projects are nearing completion and reshaping our city for the future. In our neighborhoods, we're on track to replace 84 miles of aging water and sewer lines, laying the foundation for the next 70 years of growth and stability. Our parks are being revitalized at an unprecedented pace, bringing new life to these cherished spaces. And here in Elmer Thomas Park, construction of the new aquatic center is well underway, set to open its doors this summer. None of this would be possible without the heart and soul of our community, our citizens. Your passion for progress drives everything that we do. Whether it's through participating in city initiatives, sharing your vision for the future, or simply supporting your neighbors, you embody the spirit of this great city. Together, the shared passion for progress unites us as a team, a powerful force working to make Lawton Fort Sill all it can be. I also want to express my deepest gratitude for our amazing City Council. Their dedication, collaboration, and foresight reflect their own passion for progress. They champion the initiatives that keep Lawton Fort Sill moving forward, always focused on creating opportunities for every resident. And our exceptional city staff, you are the foundation that supports all we achieve. Your hard work, innovation, and commitment show a deep passion for progress, for making our city thrive. You are the unsung heroes of our journey, and I'm so proud of all of you. Together, this shared passion for progress unites us as a team, a powerful force working to make Lawton Fort Sill all it can be. It's this collective drive, this shared vision, that fills me with confidence and excitement for the incredible future we're building together. The most significant accomplishment of 2024 has been paving the way to thrive in 25. Thanks to your passion for progress and the successful passing of the Propel 2040 CIP, we now have the funding necessary to throttle up and achieve even more as we accelerate our transformation. Together, we are building on this momentum to ensure that 2025 becomes a year of significant milestones and growth. As we set our sights on the goals for the year ahead, every initiative aligns with our city vision, a community of choice where families thrive. To truly be a community of choice where families thrive, we must come together to clean up and revitalize our neighborhoods for our children. Nothing is more important than the safety of our kids. While we already have the necessary laws in place, enforcement starts with education and action. This council is committed to addressing neighborhood safety and cleanliness as one of our top priorities, with plans to tackle this issue in the first regularly scheduled meetings of January. As we move into 2025, we are focusing on the spaces that matter most, our neighborhoods. Safe, clean, and connected neighborhoods are the foundation of a thriving community. We're doubling down on efforts to revitalize and clean up our city. At the heart of this Kids First initiative is neighbors helping neighbors. Think of something as simple as helping repair a fence, clean up a yard, or tackling a shared challenge. Small acts of kindness build stronger bonds and create pride in our neighborhoods. Let's make 2025 the year we take pride in every block, every street, and every home. We are committing to a kids first approach. Every child deserves to live in a safe and clean environment. We'll emphasize education, community action, and enforcement to clear dilapidated properties and strengthen neighborhoods. By tackling these challenges head on, we're building a city where families can thrive and children can play freely. As we continue our commitment to making Lawton a community of choice where families thrive, we're taking bold steps to enhance neighborhood safety and cleanliness. In 2025, we're focusing on cleaning up our city, not just physically, but in every way that affects the quality of life of our residents. This includes addressing challenges that impact our neighborhoods, like vacant properties and chronic issues related to homelessness. We are committed to being a zero-tolerance community for those who choose not to help themselves. However, for those willing to put in the work to improve their circumstances and become productive members of society, we stand ready to help. Through access to resources, partnerships with local organizations, and a commitment to fostering self-sufficiency, we aim to provide a hand up, not a handout, to those who are ready to rebuild their lives. Through expanded resources and enforcement, we aim to uplift those ready to rebuild their lives while ensuring that neighborhoods remain safe for everyone. This balanced approach reflects our commitment to a thriving and inclusive community. Over the last 6 years, FBI tracked crime in Lawton has decreased by nearly 30%. In 2025, with a $10 million investment from Propel 2040, we're enhancing crime-fighting technology and prevention programs to continue the progress. By combining cutting-edge tools with strengthened community partnerships, we are creating a city where the families can live securely and confidently. Currently, 80% of all new homes in Comanche County are built outside the Lawton city limits. This trend is partially driven by municipal development costs, which have inadvertently pushed growth away. Economically, we cannot afford to continue this direction, as it risks severe long-term challenges for our city. To address this, we are initiating a comprehensive review of all development requirements in the upcoming year. This process will be guided by a committee of elected officials and will include significant input from developers to ensure balanced and forward-thinking solutions. It's worth noting that over the past 2 years, our Building Permits Division has reduced its processing time for permits to 30 days once all documentation is received. In 2025, we aim to lower it to 2 weeks for residential permits, aligning with best practices that are seen in other peer cities. We must also be proactive in helping our schools. While the city does not govern schools, we can play a vital role in building a stronger tax base to better fund them. By fostering development and encouraging growth within the city, we create opportunities for increased funding that can benefit our schools and ultimately our community's future. Together, we can work toward a better funding future for education through strategic collaboration. This is our commitment to a more efficient, growth-oriented, and united future for Lawton Fort Sill. The City Council will soon begin holding special meetings to discuss potential changes to the city charter, the guidebook for the City of Lawton. These changes would be presented to citizens for a vote, demonstrating the importance of public input to ensure that the community's voice is heard. Over the past months, many great ideas have been shared with me, and now it's time to bring the ideas into a public forum. Together, we will evaluate these suggestions and decide which proposals should move forward for a vote. Stay tuned for announcements about meeting dates, and I encourage everyone to participate in shaping the future of our city. We promised you even more in '24, and we delivered big time. What started as 10 wins for the citizens quickly became 40 wins by Thanksgiving. While we didn't quite hit the Thanksgiving timetable, that project is continuing and will be completed soon. As a leader, I believe in setting bold goals that challenge us to aim higher. I'd rather reach for the stars and miss than aim for the ground and succeed. That mindset will continue to drive progress in Lawton Fort Sill. Looking ahead, I challenge our Council Streets and Bridges Committee to plan for 80 mill and overlay projects in 2025. But why stop there? Today, I'm raising the bar to 100 mill and overlay projects in 2025. This too is part of our greater notion to throttle up. The success of 2024 laid the groundwork for an extraordinary 2025. Thanks to the passage of Propel 2040, we now have the resources to throttle up and accelerate into the future. New facilities like the state-of-the-art animal shelter and youth sports complex, revitalized parks and historical landmarks, ambitious projects like a continuation of the mill and overlay program to enhance road infrastructure. These initiatives reflect our passion for progress and our shared vision for Lawton Fort Sill. As we reflect on all we've accomplished together, we see the results of a community that believes in itself, in its potential, and in the power of unity. But reflection alone won't carry us forward. It's time to look ahead with boldness, determination, and a relentless drive to do more. This is our moment to throttle up and shape a future that reflects the best of what we can achieve as a united community. This is not just about sustaining our momentum, it's about amplifying it. It's about seizing every opportunity, challenging ourselves to dream bigger, and daring to be the city we know we can become. Council, staff, the citizens overwhelmingly voted for these projects. Let's get it done and throttle up in '25. All right, now it's time for audience participation. This is for items that are not on the agenda. And we do have one request to speak by Chad Rogers, 403 Chimney Creek. Chad? Chad, you might need to make sure that little red light's on, is it?
I think so.
Okay, you're good.
All right. That was a great video, music to my ears. Love it. I see a lot of firefighter jackets out here in the park, in the audience. I sure want to give a shout out and thank them for their service. We appreciate all you do. In fact, that's the reason that I came tonight, was for our public servants. We are responsible for the shopping center at Sheridan and Gore. Some of you know that, some of you don't. But we have occasion to encounter the police department, probably more than most folks that aren't behind bars. And we just want to give them a shout out today. We know that our city manager, our administrative staff, that there's a lot of that goes on up above. And you guys are doing a great job with them, with the training, with giving them the tools that they need. Everything is just clicking as far as we can see. And when we call the dispatch, I know this is a weird description, but it's like calling a concierge at a resort. How can I help you? Are you safe? Is there any weapons involved? Can you describe the situation? Please keep a safe distance. I've got officers on the way. I'll talk to you till they get there. And within a minute or two, here they are. No matter what the situation, if it's somebody that just can't act right in public, or a public safety threat, or criminal activity, they come in, they're tough, they're quick, they're prompt, but they're courteous, and they treat people with dignity and respect. And I love the way they diffuse the situations. We've all seen in the past couple of years what happens in cities where the officers don't respond. And in my line of work, it gives me chill bumps to think of what could happen to me and my family if we didn't have an organization like this. So we just came tonight to shout out to the officers. Every time we see them in a parking lot, we go up and offer them a prayer and a bottle of water. Never been denied. And we just want to say thank you for all the work they do.
All right, Chad, thank you for coming. Okay, and now before we get to the consent agenda, I had somebody sign up for item 23. So I'm going to be striking item 23 because we have a little issue with it. It was the Kids First homeless response. And what we learned was that we run afoul of federal regulations if we prioritize kids. I'm letting that soak in. We run afoul of federal regulation if we prioritize kids on our CDBG. So we've got to rework that, and we'll bring that back at a later date. In that plan was an issue about a Kids First resource team. That wasn't going to be implemented till April 1st anyway because of the way the funding flows, and that information will be brought back as well. So if Destiny is here, we won't be receiving comments on that item as we strike it. Now, I'm pretty sure everybody's here for item 27, and instead of waiting for an hour before we get to it, would you guys like to go ahead and do it? Okay. So we're going to go to item 27 before we get to the consent agenda. Number 27, discuss the efficiency study conducted for the Lawton Fire Department by Emergency Services Consulting International, ESCI, and take action as deemed necessary. Jared.
Give me just a second. I wasn't aware we were jumping ahead.
Say again.
Give me just a second. I was not aware we were going to jump ahead. I'm glad we did. I prepared a small presentation, and I've intended to keep it that way because I really don't know where you guys want to go. So I'm going to keep my comments brief, and then whenever I get finished, I'll let you guys have at it. Created a timeline for our study that we had on October 24th of 2023. Obviously, we had a motion here at council to go out for an efficiency study. Quickly, what we started working on internally was we engaged AI. We used ChatGPT to help us write our RFP. We worked through that. We quickly ran into Christmas, and so we lost some momentum at Christmas through the holidays. And, you know, at the first of the year, things get busy, and so we let some things slide a little bit. And one of them was this, and so we got reminded we need to get back after it. And I thank the city manager for that. That's on no one but me. March 26th, we brought the contract to you for ESCI after we went through the spec committee. Various committees in the city had multiple eyes on it, make sure we were legal, so we brought that back. And then we approved a contract that night for ESCI Emergency Service Consulting. April 11th, we held a kickoff meeting with them. It was a virtual meeting. Then the next April through May, there was a lot of document presentation created where they could ask us questions, and we were just constantly supplying documents, not only for the fire department, but dispatch was involved with that, as well as IT. Then in July, we had site visits where they met with various different people within the city, firefighters, dispatch, IT, and then even some council folks. Then August and September, there was lots of exchange back and forth, clarifying that data, which led us up to October 11th of 2024 when we received the report. I have some information, and it's up to you guys if you want me to present that. I have all of the recommendations that was presented in the report that I can go ahead and present, and then where we're at as far as actions on those, or we can let you guys go ahead and start the discussion.
Mr. Warren, you were kind of heading this up. What are your thoughts, Aaron?
Well, I don't know exactly which direction to go, because it seemed to me like things kind of got mixed in the whole idea of where we were headed, and I don't know.
Excuse me, Mr. Warren, maybe what we need to do next, we have one request to speak here. Maybe we should allow the speaker to address it, and then we can get into our discussion, which I expect to be
works for me.
Lengthy. So a request to speak formed by Nolan Berry. Nolan, would you please come up? And we've got Nolan's address here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Nolan Berry. Thank you for allowing me to come up here and speak today. Councilman Warren, I would love to address what you just said about not knowing what direction to go and kind of having some uncertainty when it comes to the study. I would just urge council to look at the data on the study. Please dive into the data. I know that there are some questions about which way the study was asked to go and which way that it came back and everything, but the data is irrefutable. There are numbers on there that have been brought up to us in the past as far as the fire department goes, and some of the numbers are the firefighters per 1,000 citizens that we have here in Lawton. I will be the first to tell you guys, we are on the high end of that number. We still fall within the NFPA standard. We are on the high end. We're at 1.76, I believe, firefighters per 1,000 citizens. But if you look at the study, the other numbers that are in that are responses by your fire department per 1,000 citizens in our city. We run the state in that number. We are at the very top of the graph. So that is one of the only graphs that we are at the top of. When you get into pay, I urge you guys, look at it. We are starting out, firefighters are being paid 30% on average with our peer cities. 30% behind, I'm sorry. As you go up in rank, the percentage gets bigger. It's a chasm that we will never catch up from. The citizens, as Mayor Booker stated earlier, the citizens are why we're here. Your firefighters are here to serve the citizens, and our citizens deserve a highly trained, highly capable fire department, which is what they possess today. But that is not going to be the case if we continue to lose firemen to these other cities that are paying higher wages. They are less worked and higher paid. If these people do not have direct ties to our community, they will not stay here. You are losing great firemen to other cities. What we do best, we show up. You call 911, you get a fire truck. That's how it's always been here. It doesn't matter if If the animal control needs a ladder to literally get a cat out of a tree, or if someone has fallen dead on the floor, we will show up and do the best CPR that you will get anywhere in the state. I don't want our standard to fall below where we're at. We need to show our priority to the citizens by showing it to the fire department. Your firefighters showed up today. I pray that you guys will show up for your firefighters. Thank you.
Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Nolan. And that illustrates a little bit of, I guess, my confusion or whatever it is. When we made the original motion, there was no doubt, I don't think in anyone's mind up here, that the whole purpose of this exercise was to figure out a way to pay our firefighters more. We know that we were behind. We knew that. We were trying to figure out a way to pay for that. We were trying to find efficiency. The motion itself says direct staff to go out for an RFP or RFQ to find an entity that can do an exhaustive study of the Lawton Fire Department in an effort to find efficiencies, savings, and evaluate the best long-term plan that results in the ability to pay our firefighters a competitive wage and benefit package that is comparable to our peer cities without raising taxes unduly. But when I got the study back, I didn't see that information in the study. Basically, to me, what the study was a large group of numbers and figures and tables that we could have had a city employee call around to our peer cities and ask them for that information and compiled it into a report. I had hoped, and in making that motion, that we would be hiring a company that could give us a path forward, that would give us an idea of how we can make that happen. And we didn't get that. In my opinion, we didn't get that. We got a lot of information. Granted, probably a lot of that is really important, and it is, but it doesn't help us in trying to find that roadway to paying our firefighters more. One of the things is that if you look at the RFP versus the motion, most of that motion never made it into the RFP. There's no financial asks in the RFP that would give the information that we would need to build a financial path forward, to find out where do we need to start an ambulance service? Do we need to quit running on medical calls? We need some kind of pathway forward, and the study didn't do that. So that was really my confusion. Then, somebody mentioned, Nolan, I think, that it ran, or maybe it was you. You ran it through chat, and I ran it through mine. And there's just a lot of deficiencies between the discussion and the motion and the RFP. And to me, that's where the biggest failure was trying to translate that into the RFP. So then, therefore, we didn't get from the company what we needed. Now, the move forward, I don't know, and maybe somebody else wants to talk for a minute, but I have it, some of the things that we would need to figure out a path forward.
I think while you're looking for that, I will chime in that as part of the study, there was an interview of the elected officials. So they called me, but Randy had pretty much been heading this up, so I invited George Gill because he had a keen interest in it. And during that interview, we made it clear what we wanted in an exhaustive study, and we talked about a lot of different things and told the guy, you need to get with the city manager. And you need to find out, because he has certain authority to change this scope and get us the information he wants. And if it goes over his authority to change it, because that costs you more money, then he will come to the city council and ask for that. Apparently that never happened. There also was comments made in that meeting by him about things such as the #1 fire rating, ISO fire rating, and that was exact contradiction to what came out in the study. So for me, to get the same people to finish the study, I just don't have confidence in that happening. I do think we need more information. Have you found what you were looking for now?
Yes, sir. It's talking about comparing the two, the RFP versus the actual study. There was limited analysis of potential efficiency gains and their financial impact, no ambulance service analysis. While mentioned in the scope, the depth of analysis regarding ambulance service feasibility isn't clear from the AIC document. The key disconnect appears to be between the council's desire for specific actionable solutions to the firefighter compensation issue without raising taxes unduly, and the study's more general organizational analysis approach. The council wanted a roadmap to better compensation through efficiencies, but the study seemed to have provided more of a structural analysis without the detailed financial engineering requested. To fully meet the council's original intent, a supplementary study should be done. Again, probably not by this company, but we need to know about detailed financial modeling of Pierce City operations. We need to know, if we don't know how they spend their money, how are we going to know where we can make changes? Specific efficiency opportunities and their dollar impacts, concrete funding strategies, how do they fund them? We don't have any clue from that study how our peer cities are doing their funding, because as we spoke before, some comes from this hand and some comes from this hand, and until we can wrap our mind around that, there's no way to work any kind of road forward using that data. Comprehensive cost benefit analysis of ambulance service implementation. How do we know if we don't have any examples or any kind of data? And that's just kind of where I'm at with it. I just felt like I got confused because it seemed like there was a lot of people working in a different direction. I thought we were trying from the very beginning to figure out a way to pay our firefighters more without just, calling the citizens and saying, y'all are going to have to, pony up another $7 on your water bill. Nobody put that in the paper. That's not going to happen. I lived through that once. But we need a pathway. We need to figure out how to make that happen. If I knew this was what kind of study we were going to get back, I would have just run it through AI and we'd have kind of had the same thing. Just whatever's out there, they compiled it and made a list and gave it to us. In the end, I hope that we can do this and figure this out and find a company that can actually do what we want to do. Because, and again, I can't speak for the council, but I think that was the original intent, was to figure out a way to pay our firefighters a comparable wage. I don't think anybody up here thought that, that we were doing, really great and we were at the top of the class in the whole state. I guess that's where I'm at.
I think everybody up here, I'm assuming everybody up here wants to pay our firemen a competitive wage. But there are some indicators that there are places that we can find some efficiencies in order to do that, so that we don't have to raise taxes or whatever. Does anybody else want to address this before I make a little presentation? Mr. Smith.
There, okay. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for being here tonight. I'm with the city council. Nobody wants to decrease pay, we want to increase pay. I was just curious, Jared, what does it take from the time a fireman is hired and trained? How many weeks does that take?
Approximately 6 months to be able to take them from off the street, take them through EMT, advanced EMT, firefighter 1, firefighter 2, hazmat awareness, hazmat ops until we get them out. And then we have a small period of time where they'll ride with another firefighter to make sure that they're ready until we release them. So 6.5, 7 months before they're on their own. They have a year probation at that point that we maintain during that time.
And so what's the cost to train the firemen within those 6 months?
Salary-wise, it's going to be about half of their salary. When you start thinking about, for us as a department, I've never sat down and put a pencil on the cost of the training. We have a 2-man training division. They're dedicated to it every day. So there's 6 months of training that these guys have lost whenever they're going through that. And so really the salary is our biggest thing, but at the same time, we're paying overtime to fill that shift that they're not able to work for. Currently, right now, we're down 15 firefighters.
So I would think that the seasoned veteran is invaluable to us, is so valuable to us. I don't want to see any fire officer leave and go somewhere else for any other reason, because it doesn't make any sense. So my hope, my prayer is that the city council does what it can do and follow direction and get you guys to where you need to be as far as the Pier Series goes and the amount that you deservingly should get. I don't know if we would be able to do that in a year. Don't have any idea. But I think everybody here is all for that. That's it.
Anybody else? Ms. Williams.
First of all, I just wanted to thank you all for your service, everything that you do, first responders, the lives that you saved, some of the homes that you saved. I just like to say that I am in agreement as far as getting a pay increase. I'm not against that at all. I am in agreement with that and try to see how we can get that increase. And like what Mr. Warren said, without raising water bill and different things like that. But I just want you all to know that I am in agreement with a pay increase.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My son was a police officer, and now he's a TACP in the Air Force, which is quite a dangerous job, and he's about to be deployed. Services to the community is very, very important things. You know, they talk about heroes and different things, but it's no doubt to put yourself in the line of fire. My wife and I are both veterans. My father was a veteran, my brother's a veteran, and we come from a family that care more about service than we do about making money. I don't know if that's smart or not, but that is what we do. I want to say that you need to look at the history of this council. This council has been a pretty brave and united council in trying to take care of things that we feel as a body of people that have not been taken care of in the past, that have caused us to fall behind in a lot of our peer cities. And we have look at what is happening outside of our city to try to begin to at least come into par with what is happening here in Oklahoma. We have inherited a situation that we have to correct, which we are correcting. And I have to say that I was the chairman of trying to bring us up to par with the rest of our employees. And this council was very, very strong in bringing their salaries up to par. This one here is a little bit more difficult, but what we did was we gathered information, we looked for the options that we had, tried to take the steps of action to get us from point A to point B. So with this said, I've been patient to try to wait for the committee that's trying to gather that information so that we can actually have something to put down on paper to actually set the options to get you guys where you need to be. You know, when I got on council, I didn't believe it 6 years ago, but Dwight Tanner, who I replaced, told me, Alan, if the Titanic could have missed the iceberg, it would have, but just moved too slow. And my patience has certainly been tested because He said that government is the same way, and my patience has been certainly tested because some of the things that we have tried to accomplish has taken more time than I have thought. But I do want to say we are committed to bring not just you, but everybody in the city up to par. We're committed to bring all the services, sewer lines, roads, everything back up to par. So I just want to let you know that as a councilman that's been here for 6 years working with this group of people, we are trying to do our best to bring things up to par with the rest of the cities and then to excel past that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I was on the initial team that wanted to look at this, and it was for one purpose, and that was to raise the salaries of our firefighters. And I want to make another comment. This hasn't stopped yet. We're going to continue till we find a way to get there. I heard a report from one of the local news stations that, well, why hasn't this report been put out and acted on? Because this report isn't finished yet. We went after specific information and we didn't get it, but we'll get it because our goal is to raise the salaries of the firefighters.
All right, does anybody else want to talk? Okay, I'm going to start a little slideshow here, and I've got a little presentation. I'm going to discuss, first of all, what the role of an elected official is, because everybody up here wants to give the firefighters a raise. But what's our role? What's our job? And the role of the elected official excuse me just a minute. Okay, public comment is over on this item. I'm sorry. Are you ready? The role of the elected official is asking tough questions. And we have to ask the tough questions. Why can Norman pay more for firefighters than we can? And we have to ask that question until we find answers. We have to ask tough questions about everything. Why do we have more firefighters than Norman does per capita? All of those. Let's go to the next slide. I want to show you and by the way, a lot of people think this is all targeted at the fire. All of this efficiency stuff started at the same time we were trying to figure out how to pay firefighters more. And the Hatch independent audit revealed a lot of interesting things that create even more questions. And we're working to try to answer those. The number of employees per 1,000 citizens, this is all employees for the city of Lawton. Norman has 7 employees per 1,000 citizens. Lawton has 8.9. 9.8. Excuse me, 9.8. That's for the citizens that we serve. We serve about 78,560 citizens off of Fort Sill with all of the services that we have. Fort Sill services the citizens of Lawton that live on Fort Sill. The difference between 7 and 9.8 is about 30%. 30% more employees in the city of Lawton. Now, what's the elected official supposed to do with that? He or she's got to ask tough questions until we find the answers. Let's go to the next slide. And from that Hatch audit, and this information is a few years old, but it's very close to accurate today. The land size that the Norman Fire Department protects is 189 square miles, and Lawton is 63 square miles. That's off of Fort Sill. If you include Fort Sill, it's 87, but once again, we don't protect Fort Sill. Let's go to the next slide. The fire personnel for Norman is 1.27 per 1,000. This did not come from the study. I didn't want to mix my data with different reports, so I took the data from the Hatch report. 1.27 versus 1.76. That's a 28% more firefighter personnel than the city of Norman per capita. That's about what I think the firefighters are wanting to be paid. And if we had the same number of firefighters per capita as Norman, it would be much easier for us to get to that rate. Let's see the next slide. Okay, number of citizens, really the size of square miles per fire station. Norman has 9, we have 8. Norman protects 128,000, we protect 78, I think it was. Each fire station in Norman protects 14,222. Each fire station in Lawton protects 9,750. Now, I don't know that the square miles is really applicable because a lot of Norman's area is rural and protected by one station. Now, I want to go back to the thought. I don't want to go back in slides, but what is the job of the elected official? The job of the elected official is getting answers to these questions. Why does Lawton need 27 or 8% more firefighters? If we had the proper placing of our fire stations and less fire stations, we could give the same fire protection Norman does, and we could raise our pay much, much easier. Now, I'm willing to admit that we may be wrong in some of our numbers, but these numbers were put together by an independent audit. They're very raw, but we weren't able to get the information from the study we asked for. Now, let's go a little bit further. Okay, when we look at the organizational chart, we see that the mayor and council are in charge here, and we're not able to get the information we want to answer to not only our firefighters, but to answer to the citizens why we can't pay our firefighters like everybody else. And so, I'm going to tell you, I don't have a lot of confidence in getting that information from these third-party studies after the situation we just had. I just don't have that confidence. And I think what needs to happen is we, as the elected official, just need to take the bull by the horns, start our budget and efficiency meetings, and start discussing things. And the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to set up a meeting for 9 o'clock with the Budget and Efficiency Committee on Friday, and we're going to talk. First item number 1 on the agenda, I want to be the very first slide where I show that we had approximately 30% more citizens, 30% more employees per capita than the city of Norman. And we're going to talk about that and talk about how we start addressing it. The next item will be, how do we address the fire stations, the fact that we have 8 to protect 78,000 and Norman has 9 to protect 128,000. And we're going to receive a presentation from the fire chief on some information he gave me the other day referencing the possibility of closing one fire station or closing 2 and building 1 in between, and some other ideas. Then the third thing I noticed as I was looking through budget books is that some of our peer cities, Norman namely, has efficiency in their vision. And I'm talking about their fire department has efficiency in their vision. And we have determined in this city that in the True North statement, we will deliver government services efficiently. I probably didn't say that verbatim, but you know what I mean. It should not cost more to live in the city of Lawton than it costs to live in any of our peer cities for government services delivered. And we should be able to deliver those the most efficiently because we desire to be the most efficient city in the state. And it's interesting to me that the most efficient cities are able to pay their employees, all employees, more. Is that my last slide? So I don't know about the council and what they're going to do. I can't accept this. I can't accept the study. I might acknowledge the study if we're needing to acknowledge it. The 3 elected officials that were involved protested the paying for it because we didn't think it was what we asked for. City attorney ruled that they'd met the scope and that it had to be paid for. I don't have the confidence for this company to get us more information. Possibly you guys do, but that's where I'm at. I'm gonna have a budget and efficiency meeting. We're gonna start addressing this stuff. And what do you guys want to do?
They met the threshold, but they didn't deliver the questions asked.
Please.
Well, I just said that this company that we hired met the threshold, according to our city attorney. That's why we paid them, but they certainly didn't answer the questions that we asked. And those questions would have gone a long ways in addressing an increase in salaries. So I'm in agreement on the fact that I don't want to say we're starting over from zero, but we're not finished with this. We will continue, and we will get those questions answered.
And what is the goal? It's to get the firemen paid a competitive wage. And that's the goal. And that's everybody's goal. Okay, hold on. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. Okay, does anybody have anything else on this? Are you ready to move on, council? Seeing no action, we will move on. Let's. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, I have no request to remove anything. If anyone wants something removed, please say so now. If not, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion for approval and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Let's take a short break. council please return to the dais? Don Lynn, what number did you want me to go to? 17. We're going to go to item 17. Council, please return to your seats. Item number 17, consider approving a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city establishing and declaring its official intent to reimburse the city's general fund on behalf of one or more of the public trusts of which the city is the beneficiary, preliminary and other expenditures relating to the construction, equipping, renovating, and improving of certain capital improvement projects for the benefit of the city. Said reimbursement being anticipated to be funded from the proceeds of the bonds issued for the same said construction, equipping, renovating, and improving of certain capital improvement projects for the benefit of the city and containing other provisions relating thereto. Dwayne.
How about that? All right, we're working now. Mayor and Council, on January 28th, we brought to you an agenda item that connected to this one. It was the Elmer Thomas Park Boardwalk and Amphitheater. That was passed unanimously by the council contingent upon a reimbursement resolution being brought back. This is that reimbursement resolution that would allow us to go back and get those funds. There are two changes that we are proposing as floor amendments this evening. If you look on the second whereas, the amount where it talks about an amount not expected to exceed, and we're changing that from 50 million to 60 million. That's an approximate. And then on page 3, at the very back, it's actually item number 4, project description. We're striking the Lawton Youth Sports Facility as part of this reimbursement resolution. Our intention is to bring that item back at a later date and handle that separately.
Okay, any questions, council?
I'd make a motion.
Have a motion for approval. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate?
With the amendment, the floor amendments?
Yes. With the floor amendments.
The ones we made today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion was for approval with the floor amendments. That was your second, right? Who made the second? That was your second, okay. Discussion or debate? We got a question. Ms. Williams.
You said increase from 50 million to 60 million, did I understand correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, this is basically to repay the general fund for CIP projects where they put out money in the initial. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you'd like me to expand a little bit on, I see that a little bit of confusion. So the loan that is included within the reimbursement resolution is a projected financial package that would pay for the Elmer Thomas Boardwalk and Amphitheater, as well as several of the other projects listed in the resolution of intent that was passed by the voters, such as the museum repairs, the library, there was the police technology upgrades, the alarm system for the fire department, several other projects. But this reimbursement resolution is specific to the ability to go back and reimburse ourselves for the general fund revenue that we're going to utilize currently to get those projects started through their design phase.
Seeing no further questions, please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now, you want me to do 18 also? Don Land, you want me to do 18? Okay, 18. Consider to take action with respect to resolution number 2025 blank of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city approving action taken by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority authorizing the filing of programmatic application with the Oklahoma Water Resources Board for financial assistance for the purpose of making certain capital improvements to certain water system improvements, including but not limited to lake and dam repairs, and authorizing issuance, sale, and delivery of promissory note or notes in one or more series of the authority to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, OWRB, in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $39 million for purposes of certain capital improvements to the water, sanitary sewer, and refuse system, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended pertaining to certain water, sanitary sewer, and refuse systems, and containing other provisions related thereto. Rusty.
This is the companion item to the Water Authority previously that the council approved. This is the council's ratifying the Water Authority's and acknowledging and ratifying the Water Authority's action.
Questions, comments, or is there a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
Second.
Motion approved and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, that get me back on track? Now we go back to unfinished business. Item number 15. Consider establishing a permanent meeting time for the City Council regular meetings. Mr. Gill, is this your item?
It is.
Would you like to speak?
This popular item that I put on the agenda, as we went into a trial period approximately 6 months ago, we moved to 6 o'clock and at that time said that we would reconvene, take this up again at a later date, and that date has come. I find that we required no benefits from moving it to 6 o'clock in the evening in lieu of 2 o'clock. Also, I understand that we have incurred some expenses. I think Council Lady Shireen may have that information. So I will make a motion at this time that we go back to the regular time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. And
okay, we have a motion to return the meeting time to 2 o'clock. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Warren.
Council, I'll preface this by asking you to remember the crowd that was just here, the crowd that was here the other day when we talked about dogs, the crowd that's here when we talk about changing anything, the crowd that'll be here if we ever talk about prairie dogs again. People come to the council meetings when it's something that affects them. They don't come up here to soak up the air conditioning or the heat, depending on the weather. With that being said, time and time again, our True North culture statement has helped us make decisions for Lawton. And I think it's really helped us. And it can help us here. Remember how we start the statement? We exist solely to serve the citizens. During the last few months' meetings, while there may not have always been a lot of citizen attendance, I've noted exactly what that means. I see teachers who have just finished their day of shaping young minds. I see nurses between their shifts. I see small business owners who have closed up their shops to be here. These are the folks who make Lawton special, and they make time to be here because they care about our city's future and what's on the agenda that day. You know what's interesting? We wholeheartedly look to our peer cities when trying to bring efficiency in modern ways of thinking and working, just like we spent some time just now doing. So I looked at how other Oklahoma cities handle this. Every single one of our peer cities holds their meetings in the evening. Norman at 6:30, Moore at 6:30, Enid at 6:30, Broken Arrow gathers at 6:30, and Midwest City meets at 6, just like us. There's a reason for that pattern. It works. It gives people a real chance to be a part of their local government. We talk a lot about open communication and world-class customer service in our True North statement. Our 6 p.m. meetings, they're living proof of those values. People can be here after work. Young professionals can join us. People don't have to choose between earning a living and having a voice in their community. This is not the time to begin picking and choosing which parts of the True North philosophy we will use and when we'll use them. The Lawton City Charter itself states that in determining the time of city council meetings, the council shall consider the public convenience. This issue should never be about convenience for the council, convenience for the staff. It should always be a testament to the True North philosophy and our charter commitment to public accessibility. That line in our True North statement, everything that we do is for the citizens, everything. That's not just words on paper. That's about making sure everyone has a seat at the table, whether they work 9 to 5, run a business, or work shifts at a local hospital. Therefore, following the spirit of the True North culture statement and in accordance with the Lawton City Charter's directive to consider public convenience, I make a substitute motion that we keep our city council meetings at 6 p.m. That's working for our citizens, it's working for our peer cities, and most importantly, it's working for Lawton.
Okay, I have a substitute motion to leave the meetings at 6 p.m. Is there a second? I do have a second. We deal with the substitute motion first. Is there discussion or debate?
Discussion.
Yes.
Process, you just deal with substitute
Okay.
first.
You go ahead and I'll.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
As a city council person, we should be good stewards over taxpayers' money. And with the meeting being moved until 6 p.m. in the evening, we are spending more money out of our budget because of the meeting. So much money, it's a lot of money that could be where another person can be employed because of the thousands that we're spending, and or also money where it can be given towards somebody as a raise. Once again, we as council, we should be good stewards over the taxpayers' money. And so that's why I second it to go back to 2 p.m. Also, I've had constituents that have requested that this meeting go back to 2 p.m.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I don't know how much money that is. I imagine the city manager knows, but it is a considerable amount. I wanted to say a couple of things about if we go back to 2 o'clock, because I've heard, well, that's going to be a problem for D&B, which ties in with what Randy said, Councilman Warren, which a good friend, and he has a merit. I just don't happen to agree with him because I think we have to divide anything for the constituency, and that means that it's not really any more hardship for those that come than those that don't, that can come at a later date. If you look at this, we can take D&B, for example, and put it at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the evening on our schedule and still start at 2. We don't have to do that first thing. So we can make arrangements for those people coming. I haven't seen that many people at night since we started this, and there's certainly no more except on special occasions. Those people that need the time to come, they will make that time to come. They will come if they need to talk to the council and if it's important. And we were discussing peer cities, and I believe Oklahoma City meets at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning. So I think they would be pretty close to use as an example. So I really don't see that we're going to get more participation from the citizens, rather we start at 2. I don't know how many of our citizens want to stay down here till 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. And we did that at the meeting before last, and we're going to do it tonight also. So I don't know how that gives them an advantage being down here that late.
Any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Williams.
Also, what I've noticed in some of the meetings, some of the same individuals that were here at 2 p.m., yes, they were able to be here at 6 p.m., some of them, but not all of them. To me, when I was counting, I was seeing less citizens here at 6 p.m. than 2 p.m. Because what I did a couple of times, the directors that's here, the city directors, which have to be here, besides them, one evening it was only like 19 citizens, where during the 2 p.m., it would be more than just 19 citizens outside of the directors.
I'm reasonably sure everybody's got their mind made up how they're voting.
I think so.
Is there more discussion? Ms. Hankins?
Well, I'm willing to stay with the 6 o'clock. The people that I have the most compassion for is the staff, but it's only 2 times a month that staff has to be here in the evening. And I know when I was working, there were times when I had to be. I just tried to be careful and didn't neglect my family. So, but 6 o'clock is for me. I'm fine with that. So just
Okay,
giving
thank
my
you.
word.
Any further? Are we ready to vote?
I've got a question.
I don't, okay. Go ahead.
John, do you have a price what it costs us to pay the staff for the overtime and the inconvenience that we have to?
Approximately $60,000 for a year is what we came up with. Now, that doesn't consider the additional security costs that we incur and some of the other ancillary expenses associated with doing a late night meeting. But that was mainly the staff time that we calculated.
Okay, can we vote?
Yes.
Nobody's going to change anybody's mind. Let's just vote, see how it turns out.
Clarify what we're voting for.
Okay, what we are voting for is that we're voting the substitute motion, which is to leave the meetings at 6 p.m. Good enough?
Yes
Let's
for
vote.
6, no for 2.
Okay.
Somebody didn't vote.
We got 1 vote.
Let's have point of order to take a roll.
Who did not vote?
Can we call roll?
Okay, we can call the roll if you want to, or you can you put up who voted? The motion carries 5-3 to stay at 6 p.m. Did I get that right? Okay. Mr. Gill wants a roll call.
Hankins? Yes. Smith?
No.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
To leave it at 6, no.
Hampton?
Yes.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
No.
Warren? I don't have that on my roll call sheet, sir.
Okay, motion carries 5-3 to leave the meetings at 6 p.m. Okay, that brings up item 16. Continue the discussion and consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 1902 West Gore to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lot City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
Council, at the last meeting, you directed me to personally get involved in this D&D structure. So after seeing the owner and his efforts to continue to rehab this property and the permits that he's filed, staff's recommendation on this property is going to be not to put it on the dilapidated list. And John's going to give some further details, but that's essentially the bottom line.
Just to piggyback on what the city manager said, we originally brought this to you guys on January 28th, and you guys did, and city council did table this to bring back today. Actually, on the 29th, we already issued a roofing permit right away. On February 3rd, the new roof was put on, and as of February 10th, the contractor has already started the remodeling process on this, turning the structure into offices for his business. To piggyback what the city manager says, the staff recommendation is for no action to be taken.
No action? Okay, great. We move on to 19. consider approving an ordinance amending the employee retirement system, defined contribution plan for the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, providing retirement benefits for eligible employees of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, pertaining to plan design, providing for employer pickup of required contributions, and providing for repealer and severability.
Good evening.
I'm drawing a blank on names now. What's the name of that mushroom I take for that? So, go ahead.
Gotcha.
Craig.
Here a couple months ago, we brought an ordinance to increase the contributions in the defined benefit plan, which is for employees that were hired prior to July 1 of 2017. That was more to help the plan. This ordinance increases the contribution amounts for both the employees and the city by 1.5% to make them both 5%. And that goes to the defined contribution plan, everybody hired after or on or after July 1 of 2017. This actually goes to benefit the employee when they retire later, whereas the other one we did benefited the plan. This benefits the employee.
This is on the new hires after some certain date.
After
is that-
July 1 or on or after July 1, 2017.
Okay.
The ones that are on the OKMRF pension plan.
Okay, does everybody understand? Okay, what's your pleasure here? Do you have a question? Somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we approve this ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Thank you. Please read the title.
An ordinance amending the employee retirement system, defined contribution plan for the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, providing retirement benefits for eligible employees of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, pertaining to plan design, providing for employer pickup of required contributions, providing for repealer and severability.
Please vote.
Yeah, I see that.
Motion carries 8-0. Number 20, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 611108, Division 611, Article 61, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by changing the expiration date for properties that have been declared dilapidated to be 90 days after issuance and requiring an inspection be conducted to check progress before any additional permits may be issued, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So the current ordinance stands that we issue 6 30-day permits for dilapidated remodels. Our recommendation and what this new ordinance proposes is to change it to 2 90-day permits. They still get the same 180 days. It allows them more time to work because, you know, that first 30 days is typically just clean out and stuff like this. So it allows them longer time to work without having to come back in and constantly renew that permit.
Okay, that sounds like it streamlines our workload and is very non-bureaucratic. I like it. Do you want to comment? You make a motion?
Read the title.
We have a second. Did you want to say something, John?
I was just going to say exactly that. It lowers the bureaucratic overhead. It reduces the number of inspections that are required. So it makes it more streamlined.
I still make a motion to move to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
That was your second, wasn't it?
It was my second, but let me.
Okay.
Yeah, Charlotte. So, practically for the constituent, how does that work for them? So they get, instead of getting three notices, they get 2 notices, and as far as purchasing the permit.
So they'll come in and apply, and instead of getting issued a 30-day permit that they have to come in and constantly renew, and that sends our inspectors out there to constantly make sure they're working on it, they'll come in, they'll get issued a 90-day permit. When they come in to renew, we'll do an inspection to make sure that progress is being completed, and then we'll issue, if it is, then we'll issue another 90-day permit. And then if they still need more time after that 180 days, it comes back to council for additional time to be approved.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I just want it to be clear for the constituents.
Yes.
Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Charlotte, with that, along that line of thinking, with those permits, every 30 days there was an expectation, electrical or plumbing, or HVAC.
Mm-hmm.
How is that still going to operate the same way?
Yeah,
even
so
in
the
that-
inspections, the normal remodel inspections will still be required to be obtained throughout the process. If they're taking extra time having to clean out and gut, that usually takes 30 to 60 days. So this just gives them time to do that and start the remodel process before we have to go out there and look
I
at
like it, yeah.
Yep.
Any further questions? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 6-1-1-108, Division 6-1-1, Article 6-1, Chapter 6, Lot and City Code 2015, by changing the expiration date for properties that have been declared dilapidated to be 90 days after issuance and requiring an inspection be conducted to check progress before any additional permits may be issued, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Need 2 more votes. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 21, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to buildings, housing, and construction by amending Section 651507, Article 651, Division 65, Chapter 6, Lot and City Code 2015, by creating the requirement to issue property maintenance violation letters to prospective dilapidated properties, allowing for building permits to be issued after notice is given for a potential dilapidated property, making the requirement that if a permit is pulled prior to the property being declared dilapidated, the permit expiration date will change to 90 days after issuance if council declares it dilapidated, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So this is a companion item to the first one. This is what we had talked about at the last council meeting on January 28th. That will help allow us to notify those property owners just a little bit better. So no less than 30 days before we plan on bringing a property to it, Neighborhood Services will send out a notice of violation, property maintenance violation letter, which will include the Exhibit A and the minimum things that they have to start obtaining to get, so that, we can say, hey, we know we're looking at your property. So like the commercial ones, we're looking at your property. We want you to, if you do these things and pull permits to get these things done, then we won't bring it forward to council. So that requires that. If they don't pull a permit, we'll post notice just like normal. And then remodel and demolition permits can be pulled up until recently. We've been requiring no permits between that 10 days of posting and the council meeting. So this will allow them to pull building permits to remodel the properties. The properties will still come to council if they've been posted. If council does decide to declare it dilapidated, their remodel permit that is normally 180 days will be changed to a D&D property, at which time, before we issue D&D permits, we do go out and do a courtesy inspection with all of our trade inspectors. So we do provide them a pretty good list of what has to be done in order to get off the list. So that'll be part of the process. And then any existing remodels, we've got a couple properties that we're looking at bringing to council that have had remodel permits for years. They've not been making that progress. The properties have gone downhill. If they have a current permit and we bring it to council, it will change to an expiration date of 90 days as well.
Couple questions. I like this.
Okay.
I want to know the info of what they need to do will be brought to council if it's put on the D&D so we can see what's wrong, right?
Mm-hmm. And they already are. The Exhibit A's that are attached to the agenda items.
Okay.
Those will be a little bit more in depth with
Okay.
the property maintenance violation, but we will definitely make sure that those are
But Mayor,
attached.
we can also include the list of deficiencies that was included on the notice, as well as the picture. So I think
Thank
that
you.
it
Mm-hmm.
makes it easier for council.
Yeah, we'll make it a
Yes.
lot easier. Now, I do have one question about this, about the expiration date changing. And I want to assure that we're giving people the notice that it's changed. Whether we go out and slap the notice on the front door
Mm-hmm.
or whatever we do, are we notifying them that expiration? Because I can tell you, they're not going to remember this. They're not going to know.
Right. We will notify them in the letter and then at the time that council declares it dilapidated.
Is that going to be in a policy? Does that need to be in here, that notice will be given? What do you think, John?
That notice will be given that their permit has
That their
expired?
expiration date changes. If it comes to D&D and we put it on the D&D, their expiration date changes. And we need to give them proper notice.
We will give them notice on the permit itself. So if they're coming in and they're getting a permit, once they've already been notified that we're considering it for D&D, it will say on the permit that if council declares it, if council puts it on the D&D list, that the permit will expire 90 days after that declaration. So it'll say that on the permit itself.
We will also provide them a new permit with that corrected expiration date as well.
Okay, let me ask you this. Once something's put on the D&D, do we notify people that their property was on the D&D, or is there
Yes.
only notice coming to the meeting?
No, they are notified. They get sent a letter along with a copy of the resolution, and it gives, in the letter, it gives them the time frame to pull the permit.
Great. Then the
Yes.
notice on there can be your permit changed, right? Okay,
Yes.
I'm good. Questions? Mr. Warren?
I think this is kind of germane for the attorneys can tell me to shut up, but I've always wondered this, and we're always going so fast when we're doing D&Ds, I didn't want to slow the deal down, but is there any way that we can, and I don't know how often it happens, I do know it happens, is there any way that we can help preclude people from selling that property so that we end up in that deal where is there any kind of notice that we can file?
What smart property buyers need to do is check and make sure there's not a dilapidation lien on the property before they buy it. You have a lot of people who buy properties and don't check those things, and that's what we need to make sure people are doing.
My concern isn't the lien, because that comes after the fact. My concern is that when we bring it to council, that guy sold it to Joe Bob, and
I think the answer to your question, Councilman Warren, is we could file a notice on the property. The problem with that approach, though, is it's going to cost more. And we already pay a significant amount of money to the county in filing fees. So if you're filing another document on top of what we already file, I mean, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I know that our filing fees are pretty significant. And so that you're just going to be adding to the expense that the city has. But I think legally you can do it, but I don't know if it makes financial sense.
So we do put a notice on the property. I mean, we slap a big
Yes.
sticker on the front door, right?
Yes, yeah, we post notice, we send to the property owners and anybody that has a lien on the property, mortgage holders, anything like
But
that.
Mayor, I think what
And publish in
Councilman
the
Warren is
paper.
referring to is a document in the actual land records. So that's independent of a physical notice placed on the door. Those are separate things. So I think that's what you're talking about, right?
I want to say something on this. I might
Okay,
save
hold
a little
on,
bit-
hold on
well,
just a
I might save
minute.
a little time. I have the
Are
answer.
you through?
I just can't get there with it.
Okay, go ahead.
I went over this about a year ago with Neighborhood Services. The problem is when we start the research, when we send the warning out and they post it on the door and all of this, that's the only time we check for the property owners. Most of these demolitions happen many, many months, up to a year in some instances, after that this has been sent out. The county, Comanche County, they only update their records, according to their clerk, once a year, and that's usually in October and November. So what happens is they update, and then it just sits there for a year, and anything can happen during that period. So I asked Neighborhood Services, I don't know if they did it or not, I'm sure they did, if they would please make another check before they issued a demolition permit. And then that way, you can cover 90% of what you're asking. I don't know that there's a 100% way. And so while I have the microphone, I'm going to ask my question I was going to ask about an hour ago. On commercial properties, we need a pretty descriptive analysis if we're going to condemn one with some sort of engineering recommendations. Doesn't necessarily have to be from a licensed engineer, but like beams are falling or whatever, because a lot of these buildings can be made to look good in a short period of time, but
Right.
structurally they're sound. And with that
Correct.
said, I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
And your motion is to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only?
That's exactly right.
Is there a second? Okay, discussion or debate? Yes, I do have discussion. I think before we tear somebody's house down, we'd go the extra mile. I think if it's filing something, it needs to be filed.
We do file within a few days of council a notice of dilapidation lien on the property. So we already are catching it after council declares it. We do file a notice. We just don't have any costs associated with that at that time.
Okay, we can go ahead and vote on this, and here's what you can get from me if you would. Just get me a timeline and a list of everything we do and how we notice people, okay? And I mean, I'm just thinking about the guy that called me and said he bought the house and he went to the lot and there was no house.
That's your neighbor.
Yeah, he happens to be my neighbor.
Well,
And-
that's why they need to check again.
You know, and he did come down, and I said, if I was you, I'd go to City Hall and I'd check the paper trail. Now, and I assume since he didn't sue us, that we probably had the paper trail right. But I would like to know as an elected official, if he calls me again, that I can say for sure we made all the proper notices and that we did that extra mile, even if it cost, I don't know, what's it cost, $50, $100 to file? It used to didn't cost that much. When I was filing stuff at the courthouse, it didn't cost that much. So what does it cost? Can you tell me?
We'll find out. I don't know. Oh,
I want to.
It's filing at the courthouse is $17 for the first page, and then I think $2 or $3 for each page after.
Okay, so it costs more to carry it over there than the filing fees. Unless we're filing a big document, I don't know why it would take a lot of pages to say this is on the D&D. So I think we ought to pass this, but I would like to know more and assure that we are giving people good notice.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a floor amendment. We can pass this with you as a floor amendment.
Yes, you can. It's your motion.
It's my motion, so I make a motion again to approve the ordinance, waive the reading and read the title only and add the floor amendments that the mayor went over. Would you like to go over those again?
I'm going to need to write them down so I
Okay.
can read them as part of the ordinance. Are we talking?
So I don't know. That's not good. Let's stick with your first one. They need to figure it out and come back to us.
Yeah, I
Because
got it.
because
I've got-
I don't know the answers. All
I've
I
got-
had was questions.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
The criteria, after you give the homeowner the criteria as to, they get the permit and they get the criteria, are there a certain criteria you're using to say that they've completed? I mean, is there defined steps that you say, okay, you've completed one item, 2 items, 3 items, and thus will allow you to continue on the remodel? Is there any criteria for that?
We don't have anything defined. It's typical, if they're progressing, like if we can see that they're working on it and they're working toward that finish line, then that's usually what we call.
Yeah, I don't know if there ought to be a criteria on the side of the homeowner to know what steps of action they have to actually take to move forward. So I get a lot of people in my ward, and I've had the same thing the mayor has, where people have went to go work on their house and it was tore down, and they thought that they had done what were making progress. So I would like to, if they can do what the mayor said, if you can kind of look at some criteria. I
Yes, we can
appreciate
look at that as well.
And you guys ready to vote? Let's vote.
Well, I got to read the title.
Read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 6-5-1-507, Division 6-5-1, Article 6-5, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by requiring a property maintenance violation notice to be sent to properties that are being considered for dilapidation, by allowing remodel or demolition permits to be obtained after notice is given and before the public hearing, requiring said permits to expire 90 days after council declares the property dilapidated, adding language that for any active remodel permit that has not had progress and the property is being considered for dilapidation, the expiration date shall be changed to no more than 90 days after council declares a property dilapidated, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 22, consider approving the Kids First Neighborhood Cleanup and Beautification Plan and take action as deemed necessary. City Manager.
Council, on the 14th of January, you directed me to come back with this briefing on the 11th, and so this is it. I do want to say, before I get started, for those of you who weren't at the S212 guest house opening today, I was really moved by the remarks of Bernita Taylor and Mike Brown as they talked about opening this new facility for homeless and foster children in our community. And I thought Mr. Brown's comments about making the city of Lawton the very best community to raise children in was especially an important point. And as the mayor stated many times before, our goal has to be high. And in that very noble endeavor, I pledge the municipal government's full support. So next slide, please.
I love that idea.
Okay, so when we're talking about clean and safe neighborhoods, obviously we want our neighborhoods to look good, but in addition to looking good, clean neighborhoods reduce hazards, prevent the spread of illnesses, they promote a sense of community and pride and responsibility in their neighborhood. Additionally, when neighborhoods are clean and well-maintained and safe, they become nurturing spaces for children to learn, grow, and play. Some additional key points here about unclean neighborhoods. Children in unclean neighborhoods are more prone to bacterial and viral infections. They're also more prone to fungal and parasitic infections and allergies and respiratory issues, and neighborhoods that are not clean and safe can commonly be infested by rodents and other vermin. Okay, next slide. Clean and safe neighborhoods can have a positive impact on cognitive development. Obviously, if it's unsafe, it can have a negative impact on cognitive development. Unclean and unsafe neighborhoods create additional stress and anxiety in our children, in addition to physical safety hazards such as dilapidated houses, broken glass, rusty metal and nails, and littered walkways. Okay, next slide. Here are the key goals that we intend to get after with this initiative. Goal number 1, remove hazards and waste and litter from public areas. Goal number 2, ensure playgrounds and parks are safe and clean for children. Goal number 3, foster community culture of cleanliness and safety. And goal number 4, educate the community on maintaining cleanliness and safety. Okay, our first step in this process is going to be to organize community cleanup events. This will happen in the neighborhoods. First and foremost, we are going to try to incentivize community cleanup events by giving LEDA some additional authority and recognizing community events or cleanup events at their Eye Candy Gala every year. So currently we recognize yards of the month and yards of the year, but we don't do anything for neighborhoods. So that's going to be one of the things that we do. We're going to continue with our 2 trash offs. We have one in April. We also have one in the fall that we did last year for the first time. We're going to continue to do that. And then we're also going to keep up with our stream clean Saturdays that Public Works through Stormwater organizes and resources occasionally. So all of those events will continue to occur. As has been said on this dais many times, we're going to throttle up our dangerous and dilapidated structures. So by 1 April, we are going to bring 40 per month to council. So that's the goal, and we intend to meet it. And we also intend to meet all of the notice requirements that we've discussed, as well as giving homeowners and tenants, whatever the case may be, every opportunity to correct the deficiencies and get those homes off the list. Step number 3, we're going to verify that CDBG funding supports the restructuring plan without restricting neighborhood service staffing. So that doesn't really make sense. So let me take these a little bit out of order here. So let me go to jump to step 6. We're going to reorganize neighborhood services assignments to align with the 8 council wards. Currently, we have some arbitrary areas that I don't know when they were designed, but what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that code enforcement officer areas of responsibility align with wards. And so it's been a little bit detached in the past because their areas haven't necessarily coincided cleanly with other wards. Sometimes they overlap 2 wards. I think in one instance, somebody had pieces of 3 wards. So that doesn't really make sense given the issues that we're having. So we're going to realign all of their areas of responsibilities to coincide with the wards and not some arbitrary division of the city. We're going step 4, so jumping back here, we're going to set up regular maintenance schedules for clean areas and establish a redevelopment authority. We've talked a lot about demolishing dilapidated homes, but what we talk far less about is what happens when you tear that property down. So when you tear the property down and there's nothing on the lot, those properties become beacons for vagrancy, homeless, different litter, dumping, you name it, that occurs at that vacant property. And because of the different liens that are attached, or the demo lien, trash and tall grass and weeds, trash and junk and debris, those liens can add up, and sometimes they will exceed the property value. And so when liens exceed the property value, the likelihood that a developer is ever going to come and ever is going to construct a home on that property again is very low. So if we establish a redevelopment authority, or if we use one of our existing economic development authorities to incentivize redevelopment on these vacant lots, we will be much more efficient and much more successful in facilitating redevelopment in our neighborhoods. Because again, it's not just tearing it down. What are you going to do once that structure is gone and then nobody takes care of it anymore? So that's going to be one of the key points of this initiative. The other key point that I want to highlight here is step 5, is we're going to reassign the Community Services Department. We're going to make that a subordinate division under Larry Parks as a director. So he will have a deputy director that heads community services, and then he will have a deputy director that heads the daily operations of Parks and Recreation. They will both answer to Larry. Step 7 is we are going to, assuming that council approves this plan, we are going to direct code enforcement officers within the first 30 days of approval, once we've established who will cover down on which ward, to meet with each council person, sit down with them, as well as their supervisor and as well as their director, so they can get and understand the priorities for that ward. Because ultimately, no one knows their wards better than the council persons do. So I think that elected official buy-in is a key component that we've been missing in the past, so we intend to address that issue. And then finally, step 8, we're going to launch a public awareness campaign to educate our residents on the importance of cleanliness and all of the rules that are associated with the D&D process. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I've talked about some of these, and I won't belabor the points here, but we're going to have multiple trash off events. Those are going to be some of our community events that will help clean up our neighborhoods. With respect to our code enforcement officers, we're really going to emphasize abatement of issues over the issuance of citations. Because what we're really trying to get is we're really trying to get the litter picked up, or the grass mowed, or whatever the issue is taken care of. And so if we focus on abatement, I feel we'll be better postured than if we just issue citations to people who are non-compliant. And then finally, we're going to really look hard at our correspondence. I've reviewed some of those notices recently, and they're not always super clear, and they don't always communicate exactly what we're trying to get at. And so I think that we can revamp all of that, and we can say it in such a way that's clear, that's easily understandable, that people understand what the issue is, and they're empowered to address those issues. Next slide. We've talked about the throttling up the D&D structures to 40 per month by the 1st of April. We've already talked about the 30-day notice. We brought that to you earlier. And we really, again, want to encourage homeowners and tenants and renters, whatever the case may be. We want to encourage and we want to empower them to make the necessary repairs to their property so we can keep these off the list, but we can still keep our neighborhoods clean and safe. Next slide. So these are some of the organizational changes that this is the way the Community Services is currently organized. We have the Community Services Director, we have a Superintendent of Neighborhood Services, and we have 7 code enforcement officers. I think we're down to 6 now, but that is how the organization is currently situated. Next slide. And this is what it will look like if you approve the changes. So the Community Services Directorate will become a division. It will be subordinate to Larry Parks as a director. We will still have a superintendent, a supervisor. The supervisor will also be a code enforcement officer of a ward. And then we will attempt to hire 20 code enforcement officers, and we will organize them not only by ward, but in the wards that have more blight than others, those wards will get more code enforcement officers assigned to them. Next slide. And so we have a few additional initiatives that we're going to pursue to help us with this. We're going to increase police involvement in our neighborhood watch meetings. Currently, we have one community outreach, and I forget exactly what the division is called, but we have one officer that serves in that capacity. We're going to look to plus that up to 4, so we can have 2 officers on duty at all times. And we want that, or the rationale behind that is to be more involved in these neighborhood watch organizations. There's a lot of really good neighborhood watch organizations in the city. They have a lot of good information. I've even been to a couple of meetings, one in particular, the Maddie Beal Neighborhood Watch, run by this really nice lady named Bonnie Blackburn. And I will tell you that the information they put out at these neighborhood watch meetings, they rival what an intelligence agency could probably know about what's going on in that neighborhood. So there's a lot of folks that are that have the fingers on the pulse in their neighborhoods, and we want to interface with them more. We want to be more involved, and so we're going to get more involved by increasing our footprint in that area. We're also, and Deputy City Manager Burke is going to discuss this in more depth later on in the meeting, so I'm not going to cover it in much detail here, but we're really going to look at reinvigorating our Sentinel program. We're going to look at paying our Sentinels a wage. In the past, it's been on a volunteer basis, and it's just getting difficult to retain and recruit people when we're not giving them any sort of wages for their time. So we have the money for it. We've looked at it. We can implement that on the 1st of April. And so that's going to be another part of this initiative. In addition to that, also in April, which coincidentally coincides with Sexual Assault Awareness Month, we're going to stand up a special victims unit that is solely dedicated to investigating and enabling the prosecutions of child and adult sexual offenses that mainly or that often occur in our neighborhoods. So we are going to dedicate 4 officers to that task, and their focus will be investigating and helping prosecute these various insidious crimes. And then lastly, I think one thing that we haven't done such a good job of in the past is, we have our code enforcement officers that are out in the community. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. We have our police that are out there that are doing the same thing, but we don't always do such a good job of data sharing. And police and code enforcement officers, they're covering the same ground, they're seeing the same people. So we're gonna start having weekly coordination meetings to facilitate better communication between our police and our code enforcement officers. And we think through that communication sharing, we're going to be more efficient. We're going to be able to solve problems quicker, and we can get at some of these long-standing issues in our community that have been plaguing us for such a long time. So I'm gonna require that as part of this initiative. All right, next slide. So the code enforcement officers, the new folks that we bring on, there's a required course that they have to attend. I believe it's a 3-day course, and that's put on by the Oklahoma Municipal League. That happens multiple times a year. So we're going to ensure that our staff is trained. I know that John Jernigan's got some good training that he's put together for our code enforcement officers that he's going to go over with them as well. So, I think we're going to be able to do that without too much issue. And then we're going to really, like we talked about before, we've got to look at our correspondence. We've got to make sure that it aligns with the True North statement. We've got to communicate more clearly with our citizens. So we're going to relook at all of the correspondence that we send out. Okay, and then I think Caitlin's going to talk about the education piece.
How about now? Okay. Donna Lynn, can we get to the next slide? Okay, so Mayor, Council, good evening. So the Communications and Marketing Department really started reinforcing the Kids First initiative right after Mayor's New Year's address. And we started with producing a 30-second commercial in-house, just wanting to kind of invoke that nostalgia that a lot of the older adults have about their childhood. Donna Lynn, would you mind hitting play?
Remember when neighborhoods were safe and kids could explore the world around them without worry? In Lawton, we're bringing that back by revitalizing our neighborhoods and creating places where kids can laugh, play, and grow. We're ensuring our city remains a place where families thrive. We're working to restore the sense of safety and community we all cherished growing up, because every child deserves a chance to just be a kid. The City of Lawton, putting kids first.
All right, so hopefully you've seen that, because it's ran 19 times between January 13th and today. According to KSWO, it reached 71% of the DMA, and they say that each viewer saw that commercial a minimum of 4.5 times. So, man, that was really just starting. So another piece that we're doing, Donna Lynn?
Remember when neighborhoods...
All right. So the effort continues, though, of course, on our website, lawtonok.gov, starting with the landing page for all of these initiatives that the city manager was talking about. So here on the Kids First tab under residents, you'll see Lawton's homeless response and resources, those community cleanup events, along with the neighborhood cleanup initiatives. And there's different information within those tabs where this is going to be constantly updated. So changes with the D&D program, everything that John's mentioned, all of those are going to be spelled out for the public to easily access. If they have any questions about the D&D program, if they want to see their bulk pickup schedule, if they need to report an issue through the iHelp portal, all of those will be available for them to see and learn from. All right, so social media, our bread and butter. So, of course, all of our social media content pertaining to Kids First is going to be branded with this great logo with the crayons, because I think it's really eye-catching. So content in line with the Kids First initiative, solid waste services, the D&D program, resources for the homeless community, and of course, updates on our CIP projects. And I think that a lot of the projects that is being funded by the CIP, that's what kids want to see. They want to see the aquatic center. They want to see the amphitheater and boardwalk. They want to go adopt an animal at our brand new state-of-the-art animal shelter. So all of those great projects that we're working on also going to be branded with Kids First. So we're also going to reprise Trash Alert, which is something that we did at the end of last year. And basically what we did, we found residents that were not setting their bulky waste out in compliance with our standards. And we kind of put them on blast a little bit without their addresses, of course, but we want this to be a learning opportunity for other residents to learn from their neighbors. Oh, there are guidelines to the bulky waste program. Let's learn from someone else's mistakes. You may remember Bag and Tie, my beloved cohorts in the communications and marketing department. They were instrumental in our 2022 Bag and Tie campaign, and I've talked to Ty the raccoon. He's super excited to bring Trash Talk Tuesday to the community, and that'll just be kind of a fun reminder every week about things that you can do to clean up our community. Maximizing our message that goes beyond organic reach on social and on our website. So with the Lawton Constitution, the Southwest Ledger, and the Breeze, the radio station, just really pushing that Kids First message. But that will probably is a bit.ly link or a QR code to that Kids First page that I briefed you on before. All right, and so John already kind of mentioned the community cleanup events, but I really want to highlight Stream Clean Saturdays because this happens every month, and it's led by Cam Wynn, and our Stormwater Division does a phenomenal job. The last Saturday of each month, if any citizen wants to participate, they can reach out to us at publicaffairs@lawtonok.gov, and we'll get them in touch with Cam, and Cam will set them up with gloves and bags and everything that they need. But also he takes it a step further and encourages we encourage everyone that if they want to hold their own cleanup event to, of course, reach out to us, and we'll make sure that they get in contact with Cam to get all of the necessary things they need to clean up our community. Thanks.
I really don't have too much more, but I will just highlight a few things and then I will open up to your questions. Next slide, please. So community involvement, how do regular citizens get involved? They can get involved through our Citizens Police Advisory Committee, go to the meetings, show up there, understand what's going on. We also have a Citizens Academy that's going on right now that I think is in its second week. So that's going, and that's another way for citizens to get involved. They can be active members of their neighborhood watch programs, and then the Clean Neighborhood Competition that LEDA is going to oversee. We've already discussed that. Next slide. And then finally, how do we determine our success? We're going to use our metrics. We're going to look at the number of demos that we are bringing forward to council every month starting in April. Our goal is 40. We're going to look to be in accordance with the directive that I was given, 90% compliant after year one and 99% compliant on dilapidated structures by 18 months. We're obviously going to consider feedback from council and our citizens and determine success as well. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Well, I like what I see, and I don't have the motion, but I think you hit everything. And I am excited about this change, and I'm excited about the success. And I want everybody to have opportunity, but a few things I would like in the motion is I want to make sure that we accept, I hope we accept it, depending discussion, but I also want the city manager to have flexibility to change it as he runs into roadblocks. Every plan runs into roadblocks, and the city manager must have the ability to do workarounds without having to come back to council. And I'd really like to change the name of the neighborhood services to the Department of Safe and Clean Neighborhoods. And if you want to add the word services, or you want to have a byline that makes it clear that it's neighborhood services, I don't care. But I just like the sound of that. Now, Edmond calls their neighborhood services the image department because it's all about what people think of their city. I think our message right now with our Kids First is safe and clean neighborhoods, and that's why I'd like to see that. And then I'd also like to have something in there, and I put this in the original motion. I'd like to see it in this motion, direct the city manager to remove all obstacles to success, and that's obvious what I'm getting at. And Councilman Warren.
I'll hold off on making any motion. I just want to say, John, that if ever there was throttling up, that is throttling up.
Well, thank you. Tiffany Bechtel is not here tonight, but she put together this amazing presentation, so I want to give her a shout out as well.
I just want to thank you, John. I know that I send you entirely too many emails, and I apologize for that. But there was one thing that I saw the other day when I was looking at neighborhood watches and stuff. And some cities are taking areas, and rather than name an area, but an area that's pretty blighted, that has a lot of empty lots, and then you're still trying to keep a hold of. They're putting in temporary solar streetlights that you can move from one area to another. I think they do pour a small post for them. But you can move them from one area to the other pretty quick, and they're solar powered so that you don't have to worry about running power to them. And it just, everybody talked about that I read about, it said that it helped with the neighborhoods because you've got 2 or 3 people that are, desperately trying to hold on to their neighborhood, and it's dark, and there's just nothing between them and the other house that's four houses down. So anyway, that's just a suggestion, but I just appreciate this whole thing, and more power to you, whatever you need.
Mr. Gill. A great presentation, John, really. Something to be proud of. Answer your question, Streets and Bridges are working on a street light program as we speak. So get with the chairman.
Yeah, I too echo that. Nobody gets from one point to another point without steps of action, and I'm appreciative not of just taking a look and defining things, but also of setting some steps of action to move towards that. And I too agree with the mayor. I think that any program needs to be modified and tweaked, and I think that you should have all the ability to be able to do that. Appreciate it, especially from Ward 5.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you again. And I think if there ever was a time, now's the time to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I'd like to say, again, great presentation. I really like the code enforcement idea with each ward, and looking at certain wards might require more than one code, and I think you're spot on in that vision of doing that. So thank you.
Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion as to what you said about this program.
Okay, then I'm going to repeat that, and hopefully we'll get a second here, okay?
Okay.
Move to accept the city manager's plan, allowing for flexibility as needed, and renaming neighborhood services to the Department of Safe and Clean Neighborhood Services, or Safe and Clean Neighborhoods, and directing the city manager to remove all obstacles to success. Second. And we do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
I was fixing to read that.
Motion carries 8-0.
I'm glad I don't have to read that. I just wrote it.
Was that item 22? Okay, we're on 24. Consider directing staff to proceed with the rehabilitation of 38th Street from Lee Boulevard to Gore by authorizing staff to go out for bids on said project. Michael.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Make this one quick. Everybody's heard about 38th Street. We've talked about it at the very beginning. We're just looking for permission to go out and bid for that contract with the hopeful start date starting in April.
Okay, do we have a motion for approval, Mr.
You betcha.
You have a motion for approval, and a second by Mr. Smith. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Moving to item 25, for the recommendation of the Streets and Bridges Committee, consider approving a transportation activity management guide as a companion to the pavement maintenance guide. Michael.
Good evening once again. Long story short, we promised at the last council meeting that we would have a companion item to follow with the pavement maintenance one. This one gets at the entire transportation network, not just pavement. So it follows it and treats it as a whole activity instead of just pavements, because it manages traffic lights, drainage that's under roads, all that. They all work together to form our transportation network.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion for approval and make any comments?
You want to make a floor amendment on that?
No, we'll bring it back.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve.
Is there a second? We do have a second down here. Discussion or debate? Please vote. All right, now, what Mr. Gill and I were talking about is we had talked about a warning to future councils of changing it without fully considering it and understanding the situation from whence we came. And so we'll work on that and bring it back. That way it's in place.
There was a page that we modified in the pavement maintenance guide that was approved last week that incorporated that.
Okay, we'll look at that. I wanted it signed by the city manager and maybe every council member, because I want to make it clear that we do not want this town to go back to where we were just a year and a half ago. Item 26, wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, 26. Receive a presentation from the fire department regarding structure fires in 2024 in relation to the ongoing homeless issues, and if necessary, direct staff to take appropriate action.
Well, I will
Chief.
apologize. Normally, this would be Heath, our fire marshal. He's much better looking, but you're stuck with me for the second time tonight. His daughter is having a homecoming event. She's running for homecoming queen at a basketball, so we thought that was more important. Sorry. Yes. Obviously, we're having a lot of fires. I think that was one of the things that Councilman Gill brought up and was asking questions about. And obviously, just as we've been hearing, one of the things that we are pushing for is our neighboring properties. We want community safety. We're safety about our kids and obviously our firefighter safety. So we're going to take a look at vacant houses. They are more prone to fires due to the lack of maintenance. There also is a lack of security at these homes whenever they're vacated. And there's also we're seeing lots of unauthorized access from our unhomed. So when you start looking at causes of vacant structure fires, we can break this down into two. We have intentional causes and then accidental causes. The intentional side is we see gang activity, just breaking into a home, whether they're going to be tagging them or something. We see vandalism, just neighborhood people that go in and just up to no good, and they get in and start doing something to a home. Juvenile fire setting. This is something that's a problem nationwide. We see it with kids. I may have been a juvenile fire setter at one point. There's an interest in fire as you're growing up. I just chose to harness that a little bit. That's a whole nother story, though. But we also see revenge.
Fortunately, the statute of limitations
yes.
is...
I think all firefighters started out there. But we also see revenge, whether it's forcing someone out of it, that may be trying to live in it, maybe it's a domestic situation. But we see those are our four main causes. Then we get into accidental fires. Believe it or not just because when I say electrical, the electric may be pulled, but we see illegal activities going on. Someone stringing stitches cords from a neighboring house, moving into that and trying to keep that up. So that's what would be an accidental cause. Improper disposable flammable materials. People that live in a home that they've broke into and they vacated, they don't put things away like you and I do. And so we see problems there. And then obviously one that it's on our minds is just homeless seeking shelter. Whenever they get into that home, they may be trying to cook, they may be trying to stay warm, but they're not utilizing the same appliances that we would, but they're very creative with that. 2024, we responded to 171 structure fires. 56 of those, which is 36%, were vacant, which is a high number, but it's not as high as maybe we first thought until we started looking at it. 12 of those were incendiary, so they were purposely set. There was arson involved in those. 13 were accidental, and we say the homeless seeking shelter. cooking or something, while we may not agree with that term, that's still an accidental fire when they're in there trying to keep warm or cook. And then we had 31 undetermined. Now, NFPA requires us, if we can't have a pinpoint exact solution or cause of the fire, to rule it undetermined. We may know how it started. We can see someone set a trash fire, but if we don't find someone there, someone's willing to own that has to be by the NFPA documentation. We have to code that as undetermined, even though we may know more definitive of what has caused it. And then our total incendiary fires, we had, again, 38. 24% of those, of the 171, 12 of those we did refer on to the DA, and that's 32%. The national average is 26. So we are handling a caseload with our fire marshals and doing it better than the nation right now. So our fire marshal's office are doing a great job. In 2024 with this, and we've realized some things we learned with, I think you guys will remember, we put 3 shift fire marshals on. We're getting there quicker. This is how we're able to find some of these. We had 20 citations that were written for negligent burning of trash and debris, and that's what, if we get there and we find someone that has set that, even though we may consider that as an accidental fire, if a homeless person gets in, sets a fire, and we can find someone to either pinpoint that or catch them ourselves, we can cite them, and that's what we've done 20 times in 2024. In January alone, we had 3 vacant fires, and we've already written 6 citations in January. So we're doing better. We're learning through that process, and we're working with our prosecutor's office to make sure that we understand the best way to do that. And Mr. Andrews has been very beneficial with that as well. So there's a learning curve with that, getting those guys on board and then going. And so they're doing a better job. So our prevention strategies, we're going to work with code enforcement. Obviously, we just heard a great presentation about the advances in code enforcement. We believe that will help us on the fire side moving forward, and we think our fire marshals will be partnering with some of the code enforcement as well. Even though it wasn't pointed out, I think that'll be a great addition. Community engagement, I think that it's no different than we've been talking about. We've heard a lot about Neighborhood Watch, and so and we just kind of echo what the federal government says. If you see something, say something. We have to have eyes out there. As emergency services, when we have a fire, we're mostly reactive. We don't get to know the fire is going to happen in advance. And so we have to be there quick as we can, and then we're reactive trying to solve that problem. We're going to work with Lawton Police Department. We have a great relationship there, and so we're going to continue working with Chief Smith and his personnel as we look and try to track down our homeless, and then we can start tracking down who's setting these fires. And then securing our vacant structures. HUD, they state that if you can secure a vacant home, the chance of a fire is 20% reduced. And so by working with neighborhood services and being more proactive, if we can secure these homes, we're making it where people can't get into them, and then maybe we can prevent some of these fires as well. Our conclusion is encourage community members, property owners, and our authorities to work together to address the problem of vacant fires. And again, if you see something, say something.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
Chief, thank you for the presentation. I asked you last time if you'd do this, and I'm glad you did. I have your numbers, so that takes some of my questions away, but I do have a couple. You said there would be 56% that were fires that didn't go to the county, if I understood you correctly. I know if they're arson, they go to the county. If they're not, we do something with them on the city side.
Every one of ours, if there's let me get to the slide that shows on the tickets. The 20 tickets that we wrote, those are municipal fines. And so we handle those through the municipal court. Any arson, that does go to the district attorney's office.
So you wrote 20 tickets
in 2024, and we've already written 6 in January of this year. So
and
we're
out of those tickets. Those were just fines. We didn't do anything.
Yes, that's all we can do as a municipal.
We didn't do anything like an arrest or anything of that nature.
Not for a municipal fine of the illegal burning. That's as most we can do under the current city code.
Do you feel, and this is not an interrogation, okay?
I've been there tonight already.
but what I would like to know, and I'm trying to ask the questions that can make a difference, because we need to make a difference in our fire program as far as these fires are not getting anything done, and it's gone on for a long time. So my question is, can you assure me, I'm going to put you on the spot, are you getting complete cooperation with the police department in working these fires and working with them?
Yes, when we have a problem on scene with our officers, they work together on that. If we need to make an arrest, which
So you're happy with that arrangement?
I am happy with our police department, yes. We have CLEAT certified officers, fire marshals. We have three, the three 8 to 5 guys. They have the arrest powers, and that's really what that's for. But we don't bust doors down. We don't trace people down the street. And recently we had an issue in town, I think possibly in your ward, and we had probably the greatest cooperation I've seen working together to be able to serve an administrative warrant, to be able to go in and do a fire and life safety inspection. So yes, we work well with our police department.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
So around Christmas time, the issue that actually started the Kids First initiative, there were multiple callbacks and 2 or 3 fires. I can't remember. Do you remember, Ms. Hankins? Was it 2 fires?
It was one that I know of in my ward. And
How many? On that one house, how many?
3.
3 fires on that one house. And I know that we didn't get it boarded up in time, and I know the city managers addressed that and all that. Is that the or lack of communication that you were talking about between neighborhood services, fire, and police when you talked about that, city manager? And you've built a system to make sure they do communicate?
Yes.
Cool. Ms. Hankins.
I think what we are setting up, that we just went over, where we have a code enforcement person in the ward that we know about, because we kind of, all of us, look at our wards and what's going on. And if we can have that communication with a person and get that back to you guys where there might be an issue, I think that added communication is going to be tremendously helpful. That's what I think, because that would have helped with the fires that I had.
The other question I have, you had gang activity up there, and I'm wondering how much of that is gang activity.
I don't have that. Heath put this together, and he is with his daughter tonight. I'll find out, and I'll get that for you.
All right, thank you.
I had a
Counsel?
question.
Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah. My question for you is, could you...
Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir. Could you describe to me the difference? 20 citations, municipality. What's the threshold between going from municipality citations to working a full-blown arson case that goes to the DAs?
It really falls under state law, and that's one of the things I have up is, and it's Title 21, Section 1401, 1402, and 1403 of arson, and it falls down to willfully and maliciously sets fires, and it generally refers to intentionally starting a fire or causing an explosion with the purpose of destroying or damaging a building, structure, or property with knowledge that it's occupied or belongs to another person and without the owner's consent. And then it goes on, it says the key elements that make it willful and malicious. And so arson, the difference in illegal burning and arson really starts to being whittled down to willful and malicious. The act was done deliberately, not by accident, with intent to cause harm or damage. The perpetrator knew what they're doing was wrong, and there was no legal justification or excuse. And so the way Heath has explained it to me, and then visiting with the DA's office, is when you have someone that's going into a home trying to survive, setting a warming fire or setting a cooking fire, we're not meeting the threshold of willful and malicious. Now, we are able to cite them for the illegal burning, and that's what we're able to do under current city code. But that's kind of the threshold that they described and going and visiting with the DA about the difference in making that arson, which would be a felony at that point, versus a misdemeanor, what we can handle within our court system as a city. Does that?
Chief, as the city manager had stated before, I've got my neighborhood watch that's on steroids, and the police usually come to engage with them. And as you know, we've had a lot of fires over in this particular Matty Bill addition. And I don't know that it might be a good idea to at least temporarily maybe have a fire marshal kind of visit with them, because that group tends to have probably information that would be helpful even to your fire marshals, and I think that you guys would probably have information that would be helpful for them, and I don't know.
We would love to come. We would love to be involved in the neighborhood watches so we can be more proactive.
Yeah, I don't know if some of the other council people, Marianne or some of the other places, wards that are having a lot of fires would find that helpful. And I don't know that city managers with your process of doing more neighborhood watches that maybe the fire department could be tied into that more in lieu of all of the fires that we're having in the vacant lots.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I feel to some degree we already are doing that. But certainly in neighborhoods that are affected by a lot of structured fires, we could absolutely incorporate our fire department and our fire marshals.
We had one area that we just dealt with that had multiple fires at that one location, and probably would continue to have that if we hadn't dealt with that. Wouldn't you agree with that, Chief?
Yes, we see oftentimes people, the unhomed, going back into a building that's already burned once, twice, 3 times, if they have a way in, and it's still enough of it standing that they're looking for any type of shelter when the weather turns like it is.
Well, I do know, City Manager, that they were feeling, my neighborhood watch group was feeling kind of almost abandoned a little bit because, and I think it was more a lack of, abandoned is a strong word. I think facilitating a communication with fire department when there's that many fires going on there. I think on I Avenue one time, I had like fires consecutively on properties, like one house, then the next house, then the next house, and those people were having a lot of trouble also with maybe, I think maybe communication like the police do. You know, they give a blotter report or whatever they call that to our neighborhood watch group, and maybe some communication might be helpful for both sides.
If you guys will let me know, either I will show up or both of us, the fire marshal, will have people at your neighborhood watch.
Well, maybe I'll give you a call and maybe we can facilitate that. And Bonnie is in contact with you quite often anyways. Thank you.
Mr. Warren.
Just real quick, and I'm not necessarily advocating for this, but I know some communities, and I don't know whether to call it a license or a permit or what you call it, but where a lot of this starts is people that own property that are just kind of sitting on it. It's just kind of sitting there. They live in New Orleans, and there's just property. They've got 5 or 6 or 7 houses here in Lawton that aren't being lived in. They're just there. A lot of cities are charging a fee for you to have empty property. If it's not being taken care of, if it's not being lived in and overseen, then you have to buy a permit or what, I don't know what it's called. But that would allow us to start the tracking process of where are these houses at.
Councilman Warren, to that end, the finance director and I have already had some conversations about this, and what I've asked her to do is to track when water accounts go a year without being renewed. And so after a year, we're going to send the property owner a letter kind of asking what their intent is with the property, bringing up some charitable options if they want to donate it, but essentially kind of getting at what you're talking about. We've already started thinking about that. Now, we haven't thought about charging a fee, but we can certainly consider that too.
I was going to try to save some time, but now I'm going to add some time. I want to add that any neighborhood watch, if you want to call any of the employees, they're always more than happy. Police, fire, anybody will come to your neighborhood watch program. It's not a problem. They come.
Okay, is there any action we want to take on this? Okay, thank you, Chief.
A report and a good one.
Okay, number 28, discuss implementing an AI review process for city procurement documents and take action as deemed necessary. Oh, this is Randy.
What does AI say?
Mayor, council, this kind of tagged off of the fire study deal. I just think it's a real good idea, and it may be something that all the departments are already doing. But if we could run any kind of RFQ, RFP, anything like that through chat or Claude or somebody, and basically just tell it what your mission is. What do you want to accomplish with this? And then it can tell you the important questions to include or the important statements to include. Just so, I mean, we're all human. We miss things, especially when you have a document that's 20 and 30 and 40 pages long. And that's really the intent of AI, is to look at language documents and compare that against what you're needing to happen. And so that's basically the gist of this.
I like this idea. I think it would have made a difference in the issue we've discussed tonight. I think AI is making amazing differences and being used throughout our organization already, and being used by elected officials quite a bit too. And it's a very good tool that's not perfect, but it helps us. Randy.
I did want to hit on one other point. There's always talk, and there has been recently a little bit talk of AI, and occasionally it will glitch, or I don't know what you want to call it. A lot of people call it hallucinate, have hallucinations, and that generally happens with image production AI, or anytime you ask it a question that doesn't have a defined answer. Like they learn from scraping the internet and from scraping all the books in a library and things like that. And if you ask it a question like, was the wife of the mayor of some German town in 1920, was her parents from Yugoslavia? Well, it's going to find parts of that answer, and it will, by its nature, try to create a story that is accurate. And there may be some pieces in there. So anytime you ask it a question that requires it to put information together that it doesn't have, then you can have problems. But if you provide it with two documents and say, compare these documents, that's what you're going to get. All it knows is what it reads in both of those documents, and then it tells you the answer to your question. So a lot of times people are afraid of it, but as long as you go at it with that thought, then you're okay.
So I'll also tell on myself, because the item I had to strike tonight, because it ran afoul of federal regulations, after I got that email, I ran it through artificial intelligence, and it told me just that. And so if I'd have done that to begin with, I wouldn't have had the issue I had. So kind of telling on myself, I very much support this. What's the next step? Does anybody have any comments? And what's the next step for you, Randy, if they don't?
I don't think I have to direct. We don't have to direct the manager to do that. I think that John is. I think he knows and he deals with it. And I would just hope that we would make it a policy. I don't know if the council needs to do that, or
let's just direct the staff to develop a council policy.
That works. I make a motion that we direct staff to create a council policy that requires that all RFPs or RFQs that go out are run through AI to make sure that they are seeking the answers to the questions that we have.
And we do have a second. I'd like to ask you to add one sentence, and that is, or after a comma, understanding there are limitations. And that, because, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's sure
Correct.
good.
I would accept that.
And accept that. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
I'm using it myself now, so.
You're using it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, that's dangerous.
Number 29, discuss section 1729-211, Article 1729, Division 17-2, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, in order to determine if a council liaison as part of the Employee Advisory Committee is in alignment with the Lawton City Charter and take action as deemed necessary. Council, the Mayor Pro Tem and I have been talking about this, feeling like this code contradicts, I don't know if that's the right word, contradicts, I'm going to use it, the charter. The charter clearly says.
This isn't a charter, this is a state statute. So it's even bigger than the
State
charter.
statute, that's it, but it's in the charter.
I believe
This wording is in the charter, but this is state statute, so it trumps the charter. Except for purposes of inquiry, the council and its members shall deal with the administrative service of the city solely through the city manager. And so when we put a council liaison on the Employee Advisory Committee, we have just flown in the face of that state law, in my opinion. And apparently, I was going to suggest that if we want to do that, the citizens need to vote on it, but it sounds like the citizens can't even vote on it, that it's against state law. And I sure didn't realize that. And we've got two lawyers up here, and they're both free to weigh in. Do you agree or not?
I think it depends on what that liaison is doing. If that liaison is just there to listen and just,
They may start out that they were supposed to be there to
Right.
listen, but we had one recently wanting the council to make campaign speeches, and which is clearly not.
my
what we need
recommendation
to
would
do.
be to, and you have the choice whether or not to allow liaison, that's the council's option. My legal advice would be not to, just because you don't want to run afoul of that statute accidentally.
Okay.
I would like to hear what my director of HR, who sits on the, who's an advisor to the Employee Advisory Committee, what he has to say.
I can tell you that the council liaison has no vote, has no say-so in the EAC, any vote that they take. They are sitting there listening to the EAC and what the employees want. I don't know what the...
Do they participate? Have you ever seen one to participate in discussion?
They discuss it, yes.
Okay, they participate in discussion.
Yep.
And they have just violated the spirit of the charter and the spirit of the state statute, in my opinion.
Yeah,
John, do
I
you want to
agree.
weigh in?
I agree as a legal matter.
And there's no way you're going to keep them from participating, because we're going to forget to tell one, we're going to appoint them, and then there we go, violating state statute. Randy?
Having been one once, I can tell you as a general rule, wouldn't be a problem. But occasionally, it's a negative for the employees, because a lot of times, depending on what's being discussed, they don't feel like they have the ability to have an open discussion with council there. At the same time, a lot of times council doesn't feel, well, I never felt that way, but I could assume that some council people, when they are seated there, would feel some undue pressure from employees to change their way of thinking, which is not really the purpose of that anyway. So I would agree. I think for all concerned, it's just a better situation to not be involved.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to remove this provision from the ordinance.
Okay, I have a motion to remove this, direct staff to remove from the ordinance. Did I hear a second? Okay, we do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Staff reports. Receive a presentation from the Housing Community Development Administrator on the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Entitlement Grant Programs, and take action as deemed necessary. Gary.
Not sure if it's upside down there. I'm Gary. She's already got my slide up. I'll try to be quick. I know it's late and everybody's been here a long time. The first slide is just a basic overview of the home program and the CDBG program. The two entitlement grants the city of Lawton receives. And I kind of made this slide. The one mistake I think I make every year when we do our annual action plan is, and we do it based on what IDIS looks like, and it has the projects from home and CDBG kind of intermingled. So on this particular slide, and I think from now on, we'll have the CDBG projects in one area and then the home separate, and so that you can see which ones are which, and it's a little more obvious. But basically, that's a quick look at the projects that we have in CDBG in the city of Lawton. Each one of those is considered a project. So the admin, exterior home improvements, emergency repairs. The Section 108 loan is, I think that $101,000 is the last principal payment that we're making out of CDBG, and it'll be coming out of the Brownfields account from this point forward. And there's our list of home projects. It's pretty simple. It's home admin, home rehabilitation, first-time home buyer, and CHOTO set-asides and TBRA. Tenant-based rental assistance. It's an acronym. The manager let me know about acronyms the other day, so TBRA is tenant-based rental assistance. The next slide is the consolidated plan. City of Lawton's consolidated plan is a 5-year plan. It started July 1, 2021, runs for 5 years. And it's basically the list of projects that we set up in the consolidated plan. There's some steps that go into it. They're actually on the next slide, but the steps, we perform a needs assessment, surveys, and then some meetings with all the groups that have concerns. And then there's also a survey that they do. I guess you'd call it a survey or a study. It's the impediments to fair housing choice, and that will be done next this fall. And that study, I think it costs between $15,000 and $20,000 is where it's going to be at. I think the last one was just over 15. But the consolidated plan is a 5-year plan, and all of the annual action plans after that are basically following that initial consolidated plan. And we will begin the 5th year, the year 5 of the action plans, July 1, 2025. And that we'll be working during that year for the consolidated plan for the following year. And this is just basically our participation plan requirements. And we have a City of Lawton participation plan. The last signed one was 2008. I've got a draft plan that I don't think's ever been brought to council. But it's just a plan that lays out the timeframes for the citizen hearings and their participation. The continuum of care, I put that in there. We don't have a HUD grant for the continuum of care, but it is the program that actually has in the final plan that they put out this last year, the final homeless definition and chronically homeless definitions in that continuum of care. And there's the qualifying populations that were included in the Home ARP grant, the 2021 Home ARP that's paying for the day center and the non-congregate shelter within the day center. And then public service organizations, basically these are the CDBG regulations. These are all the varying agencies and activities that you can fund for public service activities. A little bit of everything there. Grantees cannot use CDBG to replace municipal funds. This was just from a slide presentation on those types of public service programs. The public service must be a newer expanded service. I think that's one that not a lot of people were aware of, but there's not supposed to be a lot of duplication, and there's not really any in ours. The closest we would have to that is, I would say, the Veterans Center and Grandeur of Grace does veterans, but the difference in those two is really the Veterans Center more of a high barrier center, and the Grandeur of Grace deals with all the veterans, low barrier, and all of that. So activities not subject to the cap, that's where our code enforcement officers fell in. They weren't subject to the 15% cap. You cannot spend more than 15% of your grant for public service organizations, 15% of your entitlement grant for CDBG, and any program income can be included in that total. Certain activities are not eligible. Entitlement grantees, that's the 15% obligation. And this is just a quick run through of the PSOs that the City of Lawton funds. I think we're all pretty familiar with them. I think that one has the Great Plains Improvement Foundation in there, and they're not in there anymore. And that's it. And
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
The COC is funded how?
the COC is funded by HUD through the state. It's a state HUD. Basically, there's two different ways you get HUD grants in Oklahoma or across the United States. The cities get, I think there's 660 cities that have entitlement grants. The City of Lawton being one of those. But the COCs are funded through the state, and it's also through HUD, but they administer the grants for COC.
Okay, so they're not funded through our CDBG, they get separate funds. Okay,
Correct.
great. On number 2, you had new or expanded service, but we fund several organizations every year. Does that mean they have to put in a new or expanded service to get help every year? What does that mean?
No, sir, that means if somebody, when we put out the notice for applications for public service organizations, contrary to probably the way we thought of it in the past, if somebody puts in for one that's already there that's covering a service, for instance, I would say Center for Creative Living that handles the feeding and some of that for elderly and, you know, for older folks. you couldn't put in a service that does exactly the same thing that they do. You couldn't pay for 2 of those services doing that.
Okay, there was some plan back there at the beginning that mentioned priorities. What are the city's priorities? Can you back this up for me, Donna Lynn, to one of those first slides? Okay, right, go one more. Go okay, right here. In one of these pages that look like this, it mentions city priorities, the city's priorities. And I'm wondering what our priorities are.
Basically, during the creation of the CON plan, our priorities are basically based on citizen participation. They're based on surveys, meetings, and I'm trying to think of this. And basically, there's a needs assessment that's done, and that needs assessment pretty much comes from the surveys. That's the way I've seen it done in the past. The one for 2021 was a needs assessment done on 276 surveys.
So what I'm really getting at here is, and the reason I asked for this some time ago, and we've had to put it off because of busy schedules, but before we start taking applications for this next year's plan,
For the public
council
service?
needs to, pardon me?
For the public service organizations?
Yes. The council needs to decide what does it want to fund. Now, my impression has been from things I've heard, but there hasn't been real good discussion on it, that the council wants to fund things that are directly related to homelessness, not kind of directly or indirectly, but directly. Now, there may be some arguments that change my mind, but right now my mind is I want to see that money go to organizations that are directly working with homeless. And you know, I kind of in my mind give them in 2 categories. Well, I think we call them low barrier and high barrier. And so all of these organizations working with the high barrier that can help people get back on their feet and keep them from going into the chronic or low barrier section, that would be my desire to fund those. But I'm open to discussion on that. But I think we need some guidance on how to develop that. And if is my thinking right? Because when I see, and I love Teen Challenge, but I don't see how it's directly related to homelessness.
Well,
and we've got a homeless problem.
It's considered an education, and it's, I think the process on Teen Challenge, and Teen Challenge is a group that's been supported by the city for a long time, and a lot of people know Marcia's work. But that work that they do with the children in high school.
Do you mean teen court? Is that what you mean?
Teen court, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did say. Teen court. Marcia Frazier. And anyway, that program, it takes kids that are on the verge of going the wrong way, and they're at that age, probably 16, 17, 18, getting in trouble, and it sets them on a straight path. And those are the kids that, if they followed that path, then at 18, 19, 20, they're in trouble, and they're having trouble with employment. They're not learning the lessons that they needed to learn to be.
Mayor, I've seen some of their proceedings.
Okay, I
and
get
it's a
that Teen Challenge is a
youth
great
diversion
organization.
program.
I don't deny that. But we are trying to figure out how to best, we are resource constrained. And so we have to focus our funds where it's going to have direct impact on the people that we're seeing on the street or that are about to go on the street. That's my point. Now, the council can do what it wants. Maybe the council wants to just leave it like it is. My opinion of those public service organizations, we've been afraid to tell anybody no. if everybody that applies, we just divide the money up further. There used to be 3 or 4 people getting the money. Now there's 8, I think. And they just keep applying. So let's let the council talk about this a minute. How do you feel about it, council?
I'll just real quick, most of them don't like me anyway. Because for a long time, I've thought that we have done just that we have been afraid to say no. We've been afraid to say, you know, maybe we should give somebody else a chance to see if they've got a better program that is, you know, easier to work with or can touch more people. Or it just seems like we fund the same programs over and over and over again. And even if it's good, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you're getting. And maybe we could be getting better, not just good. Maybe we could get better if we looked at, and I think what was said earlier is a lot of the problem is we don't get enough time. And I know that's got to do with federal schedules and all that other stuff, but it's like we finally get to talk about it, and it's like, well, we got to decide tonight. Now, how are you going to divide up this money? And so the easiest thing is to say, I'll just do it like we did last year. And that's kind of how, to me, it seems like it's gone for a lot of years. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
So I'd like to hear from, well, go ahead, Ms. Chapman, and then I'd like to hear from Ms. Hankins, who has a degree in social science. So I'd like to hear what her opinion on those.
I don't have a degree in social science, but there was a time when we were looking at these different organizations trying to determine who's going to get what, and there was a thinking at one time that we want them in some way to not 100% rely on these funds, to find different ways to resource their own funding, and it seems like we're right back to where we started.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see the chart again. I believe this is the first time I've seen this. So I haven't had.
The division.
Yeah.
There you go. Back
Yeah.
up, right there. That's it.
So I really have, I mean, do we need to,
No, I'm sorry, one more.
yeah.
Right there?
Yes.
When does this decision have to be made, Gary?
Oh, we're just starting the process. I have sent out the applications already. But the process is just beginning. I will say that the public service organizations, that 111,000, 12,000 per organization roughly, as long as I've been here, we haven't had a lot of different organizations applying. And these organizations that do participate, they all pretty much do a good job in the area that they're in.
Do they meet the threshold?
Yeah. They provide a service now.
Well, we always encourage programs to become self-sufficient. I know how hard that is. I've been there. So, but I would like to look at this a little bit again and see because I haven't had a chance to really process this and look at it a little closer. This is the first I've seen of it. So if we can do that.
What I don't want is Gary to operate and bring us recommendations, and all of a sudden we say, well, we wanted to do this. Let's give him direction beforehand so he knows what to bring to us in the future. And, you know, I see some of these organizations that work directly with people that are already there, and that's where we have the biggest problem. I love prevention, you know that. We have some programs for prevention on our youth. And so maybe that's where those organizations need to ask for help. I'm just interested in straight. Yes, Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I I look at or sense, just an observation of these applications that come in for funding, is I look for how are they different. And what I see is a disconnect between the responsibility of what their mission is and then the responsibility of following through. You know, they want to, I like what you're doing. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. Well, we specifically ask on applications when people are seeking funding, what makes you different?
Are you referring to the Youth and Family Committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And so we're looking at what makes you different. We don't need 5, 10 different organizations all doing the same thing. We're looking for how are you different? In what manner are you different? And just observation that I've seen, we seem to be a little disconnected on that of this is how it's been, but is it accomplishing the goals that the city set of this is why we set these organizations up for funding. Are we meeting that criteria that we as a city have set or as a council has set? And I feel like there's a disconnect there a little bit.
I'm not sure, this is CDBG, and I think everything has to be different, if I understood what Gary said. By the way, you got 2 pens on, I like that, Gary.
Yeah, I'm double covered.
Yeah. And the Youth and Family Committee doesn't have the same requirements, but I like everything you said about youth and family. This is CDBG, and Ms. Hankins has got her finger on the button, so.
Can we look at it again and then get back with Mr. Brooks?
Are you saying that you just want to look at it and then get back?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to get back with him privately and discuss
I
it?
could do that.
Oh,
Could we do that?
and I would love to go over it with you
Okay.
privately. And also, this isn't, we're not at the stage of, my presentation tonight was just to
Yeah,
show
yeah.
the projects. There's no decisions
Okay.
on that.
Well, I'd like to look at it a little bit more.
I think that's great. That's it. That's in your ballpark. We were looking for somebody to
Yeah.
give that to. Thank you for volunteering.
I don't do bridges.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I know that at one time, our organization, is longer in existence, benefited from the CDBG money. And at that time, we were required to come up and present in front of the city council. And then that way the city council got a good feel for what their heart was and what they were doing and their dependency or non-dependency. I don't know if that's still appropriate or not, but
I think at some point prior to me coming, there was a decision that they would do, because of the presentations and the meetings were so long for the council, that they decided to do those presentations in front of the City Planning Commission. And then they make a recommendation and then we bring it to the council, and that's the process that's been there since I've been here. But
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, Gary, I noticed over time, when you choose these every year, there have been a different number. Is there a criteria that is set on the number of organizations you give this money to? And with that said, do we encourage, and I don't know that we can go solicit or bring people in, but along with the discussion here, we're talking about groups that are dealing more directly with the homeless problem that we're having. Is there criteria that involved with the fact that not really recruitment, but that we make people aware, maybe on a blanket notice that they're able to go after this money?
yes, we send out we publish it in the newspaper as required by HUD, and we send out emails. And
So can we can we send out information saying that to organizations that deal directly with homeless, and there's nothing to stop that, right? That
Right.
those people that deal directly with homelessness.
No.
And the second question, the first question I asked, is there a number of organizations that you have to give it to? If 10 apply, you have to give it to all 10, or
They have to qualify, and there's not a number. There's just a fixed amount, and it can't be more than 15% of the grant.
Okay.
Okay, one final thing, then we're going to move on.
Okay.
The guy we went to see in Oklahoma City
Yes, sir.
told me that Oklahoma City does not fund any of these. And we don't have to use that 15%, and I kind of like it, but I'd like to know how some of the other cities are doing it. Are they, which then would require everything to go to some kind of capital project, is that right?
Possibly, yes.
So I'd just like to know that the next time we talk. Thank you very much for coming, and we move on. Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome.
Number 31,
Thank you.
receive a report regarding the Lawton Police Department Sentinel Program, a volunteer-based initiative that enhances police services to the community and take action as deemed necessary. Dwayne.
We're going to make this pretty quick. I
We
believe
like
it was
quick.
a month or maybe a couple meetings ago, there was a presentation done with respect to the burglaries and police department's response and how those situations were handled. Kind of stimulated a thought about the existing program being the Sentinel program that they have, and so it was kind of we talked a little bit about it. We felt like it would be a good opportunity to bring back a presentation, give you an update on what that program is doing, and then maybe, as the city manager alluded to a while ago, present an idea to maybe help invigorate, bring that program back to life. So Lieutenant McCulloch's going to give you an overview of what the program is.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. I am Lieutenant McCulloch. I am the supervisor over the Sentinel program, among other things, but just to talk to you quickly about the Sentinel program, they are unarmed civilians, go through a vigorous background check, but they're a way of providing a different kind of service. You know, it's not an armed police officer coming up to your home or whatever. But we try to give them calls that don't put them in any kind of harm's way. And they are a voluntary basis, so it doesn't cost the city any money. Sentinels, you know, you have to be 21 years of age or older and go through the Citizens Police Academy. We do a background check. We do an interview process, and then we present that person to the chief for final approval. And we update their training monthly to city requirements and anything that they want to train. But that is every single month that we train with them. They're a big help for all the city events, all the parades. You'll see them, you know, at the corner of Ferris, directing traffic, helping park cars and whatnot at Freedom Fest. They help us out on traffic accidents, funeral escorts. They serve the municipal court subpoenas, and they can fingerprint and photograph minor crime scenes. And then a lot of times I will send them out on the vehicles that are abandoned in the roadway. They'll red tag them and then check them later on for impound or movement. One of the things that we struggle with is our equipment. They share radios. They have 2 of the older Tahoes in the fleet. One of them has been breaking down quite a bit over the last, 3 or 4 months. And they purchase their own uniforms. So not only do we ask them to volunteer their time, but purchase their own shirts, pants. But we do provide jackets, rain jackets, and radios. Scheduling, you know, it becomes kind of a conflict with trying to find somebody else to work with on patrol, and we didn't allocate enough MDTs for them to do the digital reporting when we moved over to the new system for reporting. We've had about 10 members in the program for the last 3 or 4 years. I would like to get that number up to 20. When it first started in the early 90s, their first academy had 20 people. Their second academy had 20 people. Their goal was 100 people. So it's just a way to help the police department out, and they do a great job.
Okay, and did you have a proposal to?
So basically what staff is proposing, that we would like to build in at least some type of a compensation package to incentivize more participation, to get this program ramped back up and get more interest into it. We may also look at the equipment issues and see if we can do something about that as well. But we think it's a win-win for the citizens when you think about freeing up officers to go out and do other police work that's a lot more detailed as opposed to taking a report on a stolen bicycle or something like that. We can send sentinels and stuff out to do those things, and that frees up officers to go chase bad guys. So we would, basically present that to you as a potential budget item coming up in this next budget year. So that's the conclusion of the presentation.
I would like to ask you to get with Randy. He got all kinds of backup information on this in connection with studying neighborhood watch programs and stuff like that. But I think it's some stuff might give you some ideas. I like it. I'm ready to support it. And RL, did I see you reaching for the mic?
I was briefly, back in my day when we had sentinels there, it was really a win-win. They were able to go out and do traffic control during accidents. They were a big asset to the police officers' rank and file, because it truly frees up the other officers that they can get out and do their job versus they even did parking lot traffic accidents. It was just a thing of beauty at that time when it was really strong.
Okay, thank you. And I think RL wants to be involved in this kind of stuff as well. And I think pretty soon we're going to have, I need to get RL and Randy together on neighborhood watch stuff, and you guys decide when you're going to talk about expanding that program as well. Thank you, guys. Chief, were you wanting to address this?
I was just going to echo what they said, and something else you brought up. That we did have one of our council members as one of our sentinels. So, Mr. Smith, you are welcome to join us. But it is it is a very good program, and what we're looking at doing is trying to revamp it. And what they have talked about is it will free up our officers for more higher priority calls. So we're looking forward to that.
Thank you. I'm very excited about this. I think it's a great program. Any final comments? It's time to provide the City Council with an update on the FY 2024 audit process. Rebecca.
Do I get an applause for being last? No, sorry. Mayor and Council, as we spoke last week, our last council meeting, we had 2 audits that were holding us back, and I am prepared to tell you tonight that I have a draft of 1, and that was for our component unit, and then our pension audit should be in order by the end of next week. So
Okay,
we are
which
on
one?
track.
Which is the one you have a draft of?
McMahon.
Okay, and what does that mean? You have a draft?
It means within the next 2 to 3 days, it should be a final plan.
Okay, and then the pension audit. What is taking so long there?
I don't know that it has taken so long. It's a timing. We just got started with this 2024 audit, and we're pushing it at record speed. So I truly believe that he has all the information he needs from the city in our last conversation, and it's a matter of, it's a lot of numbers to crunch.
Is this going to cause us a delay in our first meeting of March target?
It will. It will now be the first meeting in April.
Is
But
there
that is-
anything we could have done to prevent this?
Yes, and so next year, for 2025's audit, we will make sure that all component units are in compliance with the state statute, and that will be our biggest hurdle.
So we'll get started on those audits sooner. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Comments? Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate the job you're doing. Do I have a motion to go to executive session? Did I hear a motion?
I make it so moved. How's that?
And did I hear a second, Ms. Chapman? Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
This is that file on that lake thing. It is just title insurance. I found it. I looked at it. For some reason.
We are back from executive session. If someone will make a motion. We got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Item number 33, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss the 7 pending actions in Comanche County District Court, each titled City of Lawton versus Great Plains Improvement Foundation. The cases are CJ 2025 31 through 37. We are not taking any action in open session on this.
Item number 34, John.
Pursuant to Section 304B.4, Title 25, governing body convened an executive session to discuss a pending action related to the settlement of United States of America versus City of Lawton, case CIV, it's actually 82-2148E, in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma, and we are taking no action in open session.
Item number 35, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss a pending investigation into CDBG and home funds, and if necessary, take appropriate action in open session, and we are not taking any action in open session.
Item number 36, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25, this governing body convened an executive session to discuss litigation in the case Donna L. Raitt versus City of Lawton and City of Lawton Public Works Administration, CJ 2022-177, and we do have action to take in open session.
Mayor and council make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city attorney to enter into an economic settlement agreement in the District Court of Comanche County, State of Oklahoma, for the sum of $45,000 as settlement of the lawsuit styled Donna L. Raitt versus City of Lawton and Lawton Public Works Administration, CJ-2022-177, and directing the city attorney to prepare and file a journal entry incorporating said resolution and settlement agreement for the court's approval.
You got a motion and a second. Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Item 37, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.2, Title 25, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss negotiations of the FYE 2026 collective bargaining agreement between the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1882, and the City of Lawton, and there is no action to take in open session.
Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. How about that? Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Is it raining out there? I don't think.